We're definitely not doing extreme. Honestly, I'm not sure I should even do hard, but I'll try, I guess. All right, chat. Here we go. I'm pretty sure the YouTube stream is on, unless it bugged out, but it should be on. Not appear to be on? Oh. Did I not make it public? Hold on. Should be on. Oh, I didn't make it public. God damn it. Sorry, YouTube. Holy shit. Damn, this shit takes fucking forever. What the hell? Bro. I'm dead. This fucking piece of shit game, bro. Alright, maybe I'm gonna go to normal difficulty, chat.
Touch the demon inside me.
I don't know if I want to do hard. Dude, he was camping the door, chat. I'm going to normal. I'm going to normal. I don't care. I'm not going to easy, okay? What's up, Splorge? I'm not in the Resident Evil oh wait, oh no, you're right, I am. I could have sworn I changed the fucking category. Whatever. I'm not off to a good start today. I could have sworn I fucking set my YouTube stream to public. I could have sworn I changed my game category. Alright, that's fine. No, not the creek. I should have went upstairs. Fuck. Oh. Oh. I don't remember where the fucking weapon key is used, chat. Fuck, Granny is definitely on the way. Why does Granny have a train station at the basement? Don't worry about it. Alright, Granny. The thing is, there is an audio range in this game. You might not have been close enough to hear it. I don't remember where the fucking... I don't remember where the weapon key is used, chat. I'm so rusty at Granny 3. Oh, the plank is over here, okay. Oh. Fine. Yes, we have a slingshot. Dude, we got a double? Holy shit, wait. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Okay, maybe we should have done hard. Holy crap. I think hard or normal is easier in this game than it is in Granny 1. Well, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. Where's the fucking items? There's like nothing fucking here. Don't remember this game being so red. Well, it's... coconut. I need to smash. Oh! I need to smash the nut. Drop the nut down there. That's not where I wanted to go. Granny's back. I can hear her. Dude, it's scary when the Slendrina appears. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Die, bitch. Where's Grandpa? Okay. Safe key, bridge crank. Nice. They're so slow on this difficulty. Yeah. 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 Here is matches. We need to light the fire, I believe. Barrel full of water. In there. I believe we can use the plank. I don't remember how I'm supposed to bust open the nut. Oh wait, the nut's over there. Coin. I believe the plank is used up top. Granny? Coin. Alright, let's go use the coin. Oh wait, now that we have a weapon, we can break the glass, I think. Down here. Okay, let's just use... Alright, we got the train ticket. Your favorite Let's Play streamer is live? Yep, I'm here. Enjoy. Alright. Hold on, let me grab some more rocks. Jesus. We're gonna go break the glass downstairs. Yeah, the rocks are unlimited. So yeah, you basically have infinite ammo. Oh yeah, you get the crowbar in here. Firewood. Okay, we have the firewood and the matches. That's good. Oh god, Granny. Gran? Where did I put the... All right, the firewood's in there. I saw this fucking rat, dude. Bring all this shit upstairs, man.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Yo, Nico, thank you for the 56 months, man. Thank you, dude. I don't want to kill Grandpa. Dude, that the fucking pop-up is... Dude, why are there so many fucking rats? Can I kill the rats? No. And he's here. Where's Grandpa? He's sleeping? Okay. Time to make progress. Alright, shed key. Teddy, okay. I need the crowbar here, but it's okay. Bruh. Alright, so that jump scare lady won't bother us anymore. I think she drops an item too. Oh no. Die, bitch. Brandy's coming. All right. Go light the fire. Believe the padlock is in here. Wait, actually, where is the padlock? Fuck, I don't remember. Yeah. Shit. No, the shed was the shed key. All right. Now that we lit the fire. Oh yeah. You can check the nest over here. Normally there's like a bird that attacks you. Oh, the train key. Wait. The train key, and we have the train. I forgot that that actually kills you. Dude, what the fuck, man? Shit. That's not good, chat. I need pebbles. I think Grandpa has his shotgun again, chat. Need to be careful. Grandpa? No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Bad Grandpa. Where the fuck is the padlock he used, though? Oh my god, I just don't remember. Okay, well, at the very least, alright, let's go grab the crowbar. Yeah, that Mortal Shell run yesterday was actual pain. That's the weapons. I checked these, right? Yeah. Padlock keys right there. I mean, Deathloop, the thing is, Deathloop wasn't a skill issue, it was a computer issue. And that's the difference, right? Like... How is that? Why are you guys posting copium? Grandpa's still coming? Granny! Gran. Fucking rats. I don't remember where this padlock key is used, dude. No, this is the fuse. Oh no, I think this generator cable is for the... I think it's for the downstairs. There's something in here. Oh, electric switch. Oh, right. I totally forgot. We need to get, fuck. I don't remember where you used the plank. I thought you used the plank to, like, get down here or something. But honestly, I actually don't remember where you used... Oh, wait, no. I think I do remember where you used the plank. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We need to use the plank right there. Bro. Where the fuck did the vase just go? I think it landed up. Ugh. These fucking rats, man. We need to fill these vases with water. I always forget about this part. The vase. Okay, I gotta say, I'm honestly glad that I played on normal, though. I don't know, on hard, it's just like... It's so annoying because you have to just play so slow. On extreme, it's probably even worse. Like, you have to... Like, you kill both of them, and then you do one thing, and then you kill both of them, and you do one thing, and you just do that, like, over and over again, pretty much. Grandpa? Okay, we need to grab the plank. Still not sure where I used the padlock key, but that's... okay. Oh, right, this is where the generator cable goes. On extreme, it's absolutely fucked. And the thing is, on extreme, I think shooting them only kills them for like 15 seconds or like 30 seconds. It's like not even enough time to fucking do anything. You can move one item like halfway through the house. 1 minute? There's no way it's 1 minute on extreme. I don't believe that. Accelerator. I think that's for the train. Have I beat it on extreme? Can't remember actually. Extreme is brutal.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
You made this game? I'm sure you did. I need another stone. No, no, Grandpa. Don't you fucking grab... Is there any ammo around here? There's another vase that we need to shoot.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Well, shit. One tough base? Yeah. I don't feel like I have enough time. Take the vase. I don't want to get trapped in the basement with them being alive. Maybe I had enough time, I don't know. I'm gonna play it slow. You'd be surprised, chat. There has been times where it's like everything is going great in this game, and then before I know it, I die like 3 fucking times in a row, and I'm just fucked. I'm playing it safe. Where's the fucking stones, though, dude? How fast can people beat this? I actually don't know. I'm not sure. Yo, that rat, what the hell? That rat was doing some moves. Where's the fucking rocks, though, dude? The rocks, the stones, they infinitely respawn, so there should be more. I don't know, I'm not seeing shit. Well, this isn't good. I wonder if they're all in, like, really cheeky spots. Where the fuck are the grandparents? The scariest thing is when you, like, turn a corner and they're just... Like, sometimes you'll just turn a corner and they'll be just, like, instantly there and they'll just kill you. Granny's gotta be upstairs. Granny, where the fuck are you? What? No fucking shot, you're... What? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Where the hell was she? I feel like we might already be able to just beat the game. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, this is where the padlock key is used. No, I haven't done Silk Song yet. Yes, we are starting the day with Granny. What's up, Matt? I'm slightly concerned, but it should be fine. I don't know. This is awkward because my weapon's upstairs now, and I'm pretty sure they've respawned. But it's okay. Maybe I can bake Granny down here. And Granny's down there. Oh, that's not good. I'm dead. Fuck. There's nothing I can do. Of course! Fucking Grandpa is down there too, you fucking piece of shit. There was literally nothing I could do. I need stones. Damn, look at that rat. Its head's in the floor. 3 hours of practicing paid off well. You thought I was practicing for Granny? Holy shit. He was about to shoot. Okay. We need to get the train key. This is kind of scary, chat. The train key is like on the fucking roof. There's a way you can drop onto this. I think we can just leave with the train, unless I'm forgetting something. Unless I need this. Oh. We have that switch. Gotta take out Granny. Where the fuck is she? Okay, Granny. Alright. I believe it's in this drawer? Yes. Alright, guys, it's time to escape. We're doing it.
Toilet bitch.
I think we're ready to escape. Wait, do I have to open the gate? Go! Maybe the gate opens on its own. Oh, you just smashed through it. Goodbye, Granny. There we go. All right. Yeah, my splits were messed up. Oh. All right. The people demand a muck. Yeah, well, too bad. Maybe I'm never even gonna do a muck. I'm just kidding. All right, chat. Bonus game 15 is going to take the rest of the day, but I feel like doing it. WoW hardcore 1 to 60. Ah, yes. For some reason my game capture isn't working. Oh wait, I think I know why. Elden Ring is a long game. Bonus game. Why does it matter what it is? Ray tracing. You said bonus games are meme games? I don't know if I ever said that, but if I did, well, I don't know why I said that. The thing is, it doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what is a bonus game and what's not. Like, it doesn't, it just doesn't matter. All right. This is what you practice for? No. I don't need to practice Elden Ring. I have 3,000 hours in this game. All right. I mean, to be fair, I'm still kind of rusty at Elden Ring, but like overall, I don't really feel like I need to practice Elden Ring that much. Probably gonna die to the DLC bosses a few times though. No need to practice for deload kills. God, imagine running around the game for hours just to deload kill the bosses. Jesus Christ. Spend 15 minutes running to a boss just to deload kills him. Alright, chat. So, okay, my plan for this run, my thoughts were... So, my plan, chat, rush DLC, get the anvil hammer, and bonk. I think that's what I want to do. The game too loud? Okay, hold on, I can turn it down a bit.
My name is
Toilet bitch. Can bonk with great stars? Yeah, but great stars is fucking boring. Give yourself some graces. The thing is, I don't fucking know how to do that. I'm not an expert at fucking Elden Ring cheat engine. I don't even remember the names of the goddamn graces. At least, like, I don't remember them that well. I mean, Gino uses cheat engine a lot. Which, I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out. But... I mean, using cheats is literally the best way to practice. If you want to practice bosses in this game, chat, low key or like straight up, if you want to practice bosses in this game, turn on cheats, make yourself make it so you can't die, and sit there and just practice dodging the boss for an hour straight, and you're gonna become a fucking god at that boss. That is the tech. Yeah, let me change my game category. I mean, I don't know. We could cheat in the graces, but it's just like whatever, man. I'm not playing Elden Ring for a month straight like Gino was. I don't really care to... I don't like cheating in a fucking run. If I was playing Elden Ring for a month straight, doing 100 Elden Ring runs in a row, then yeah, maybe I would probably cheat, but I don't know, man. Just cheat engine anvil hammer. What is it like? What is it with everybody just cheat? Just cheat this? Just cheat that? Just cheat the whole fucking game? Why don't I just give myself max stats and one shot every fucking boss? Like, I just... It's not one guy, bro. Tons of people are like, you should cheat. Dude, what is it with the people and wanting to fucking cheat in every game? I don't want to fucking cheat. If you can get the weapon legit, I would prefer to do it that way. I like playing the game the way it's intended, even if playing the way that Elden Ring is intended kind of sucks because you're just riding the fucking horse for an hour and a half. I don't care. All right. Sorry, I'm ranting a little too hard. All right. What class do we want to start with? I'm thinking we just do... I'm thinking we get Bloodhound's Fang, we upgrade that to +4 or +5, and then we kill Moog. We kill Moog with Bloodhound's Fang, and then we go get the Anvil Hammer. I'm thinking that's the plan. Yeah, well, we're not using Bloodhound's Fang for that long, okay? We're just using it to get to the DLC, alright? This isn't gonna be all bosses. No. All right, yeah. This is a good plan, chat, okay? The plan is we rush DLC. And then we get the anvil hammer, we get the deflect tier, and then we fucking destroy. That is the plan, and I'm sticking with it. I guess we'll just start samurai. I mean, yeah, samurai is probably the best bet. Right. Any percent plus DLC. I mean, we're probably just gonna do all remembrances. Maybe we'll skip Fortisax because Fortisax is ass. Like, the thing is, if you don't, Chad, if you don't do Fortisax, you can skip so much. You can skip Ghost Loretta, you can skip Ronnie's entire quest line, you can skip Fia's champions, talking to Fia fucking 4 times in a row, you can skip going to the tower, getting the fucking, the Karian inverted statue. It's so much. I could go do Estelle, but god, dude, Fortisax is honestly the fucking... I wish Fortisax was not in the All Remembrances run. I really do. Fortisax is so bad. It's so bad, dude. And the thing is, you kill Fortisax in like fucking 10 seconds because it has no health. It's just, I don't know. Fortisax is such a weird boss. How you sit that long, your ass is concrete. Yeah. Uh-huh. Have I seen the All Remembrances speedrun by Iridium or? No. But I mean, I know that they use the Death's Poker and they use the Falx. And they basically just kill every boss in like 10 seconds. I mean, the speedrun's pretty crazy. Death's Poker is so fucking broken. Basically, the strat for every boss, for the current All Remembrances speedrun chat, basically the strat for every boss is you get Spectral Lance and you get Glint Blade Phalanx, and you basically you summon the Glint Blades above your head, which does 40 posture damage, and then you chuck the spears, and then you force a posture break, and you just spam Death's Poker weapon art like 3 times in a row, and every boss in the game dies. There's a few exceptions to that like Fortisax, you can't actually, I don't think you can you can't really posture break Fortisax, but yeah, Death's Poker is crazy. I actually kind of want to learn. I was thinking about learning like any percent again with the Death's Poker, or maybe the All Remembrances with the Death's Poker. It's just the intro to Elden Ring speedrunning is so shitty, man. You know, it's funny, chat. Death's Poker was literally unusable for 2 years. For 2 years, the game was the weapon. We knew that weapon was insanely fucking broken.
Welcome home,
but it was unusable because it had a glitch. The Death's Poker had a glitch where every single time the Death's Poker stuff on the ground would hit the enemy, it would cause hit stun to your own character. So you would use the weapon art, and then your character would like stutter. Like you would constantly be getting staggered and stuttered. It was so fucking broken. And it took them so long to fix it. I mean, guys, I'll start the timer. We're just watching a fucking cutscene anyways. I was gonna wait until we actually get in the game, but I'll start the timer, okay? Chat, there you go. You happy now? Hey, Bullchasm, thank you for the 22 months.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
Yeah, they took like, yeah, they took forever to fix that, but they fix the speedrunning strat in Celia and yeah, in like a week.
Shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength.
Dang, I forgot. I could have downloaded the Gunner mod.
Triggered the shattering. A war from
I think chat would have been a little bit too much anyways, though.
A war leading to abandonment by the greater will. Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
There's a Queen Merica mod, chat.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands, the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. Fear,
There are a lot of you guys who've seen it.
death-led companion. The loathsome Dung Eater. And Sir Gideon Othmere, the all-knowing. And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown. Cross the fog to the lands between. To stand before the Elden Ring. And become the Elden Lord.
Thought I did Granny 3 in 9 seconds. It just looks like that. Alright. Am I not using a character mod? No. How does Elden Ring look in 4K? Honestly, I can't fucking tell a difference. Weirdly enough, I feel like somehow the game isn't actually in 4K. Like, it doesn't... I don't know, the game looks like fucking weird. Maybe I'm just not used to Elden Ring. Okay, I'm turning off ray tracing. What if I change it to full screen? Okay, now it actually, oh, I don't know, maybe it's just placebo. I feel like it's better now, but that was 2160p. Are you stupid or something? I feel like it looks better now. It's weird because the borderless window said it was in 4K, but I feel like it wasn't. Like somehow it was not correct. I don't know. Strange. Fight Tree Sentinel or Noob? Wow. Alright, so the plan for this run, chat, is we're gonna get Bloodhound's Fang, and then we're gonna get the Anvil Hammer with the Deflect tier, and we're gonna fucking bonk. We're gonna do big bonk. Big bonkus. Why deflect on Anvil? Because it's really fucking good. The Anvil Hammer is like a very good weapon for deflecting because it has very high guard rating.
They serve, but you. I can play turning rude to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it summoned me. Ah, I bequeath.
My first playthrough of this on YouTube. Yeah, my first playthrough of Elden Ring's on YouTube. It's full of people that are like, I can't believe you didn't go the way I wanted, or I can't believe you got lost in this area. You're so bad at exploring. Like, alright, sorry. Wait, did Aggie not actually beat the egging on game? Did he cheat and get the easy ending? Oh my god. I saw that they were doing that race. Oh, that's kind of lame. I mean, I think the race, I guess he probably just wanted to be done with the game or something, but... Yo, Solter Alley, thank you for the 98 months. Gwander, thank you for the 40-month resub. Time to horse. It's time for horsey. All right, when we go to Liurnia, we need to remember to actually... I want to do Raya's quest line, so we can go to... I want to do Raya's quest line so we can go... Ooh, I should get the Warrior Jar Shard as well. Sorry, chat.
Oh, aye, please. I just give and I'll pop. Don't dally. Give it your all, I. Oh, that's... well, aye.
Thank you.
What are you playing at?
Oh, wait, oops.
This is no time for games. Wait, I see. I see it now. Humans all lose their wits eventually. And there's nothing left to say. How could this...
Chat, we need his fucking innards, alright? We need them. They're good for us. Do I want anything? Maybe a pot? I guess we can grab a short sword to put Golden Vow on. And I suppose we'll do Dectus medallions in this run. Probably for the best. Sorry, chat. It's got to be done. Wait, isn't one of these... Oh, it's that one. Do frenzy ending for this run? I mean, we could. No, I wonder if I need to go to Weeping Peninsula. If I need to go to Weeping Peninsula, I wonder if it's better for me to go like a different pathway to this area. I don't know. I just always find myself doing the same like start of the run in this game. It's just like you get the sleep pot recipe, you get the strength physic, you get the golden bow, you get the charge attack physic. Like a speed run, yeah. Woo! This is all remembrances with DLC. You know, I was actually thinking we could split the Elden Ring run into like two different, like we could do main game and then we could do DLC like another day or something, but I don't know. I mean, we have enough time to finish it today, so.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Gonna get the bleed grease recipe for Moog. Did I pick up any root resin in this run though? I'll have to pick up more. Is it region locked? No. Nope. All right. Yeah, we're at 60 FPS.
come to the... Of course, you... And foot without guide, you are fate. Luckily, me. Are you familiar? You may also... That, it will lead, even if it... Great. To castles, the home of... It's a castle if you... It's to castle if you seek the Elden Ring. Maidenless as you are.
You jerk. Why talk? Because I wanted him to call me maidenless. All right, hold on. I'm actually not sure we need to grab this. Alright. We are gonna have to get Hayata's blood. Well, actually, we don't have to get Hayata's blood. We could do the one in Liurnia, alternatively. We do need to go to Fort Faroth, though. I am doing very good here. How have you not staggered yet? I guess his poise timer is very short. Alright. Yeah, we're in current patch. Did I put on the Everjail relic? Not yet. Yeah, well, you can't. I mean, if you want to do the DLC, you can zip chat. Sadly. Kind of miss speedrunning this game a little bit. But then I also remember what the start of the game is like, and I feel not as bad about it. Yeah, they fixed zips. Do I want to go grab these? I don't know. Every time I play this game, I'm like, I really don't want to grab these sacred tears, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know. I probably shouldn't grab them, honestly. I feel like they're not really worth the time it takes. But the DLC is also kind of tough. But we're also using the anvil hammer, which is going to do a fuck ton of damage. Without zips, what's the estimate for this run? I don't know. Fucking forever, man. I mean, the thing is, chat, like, even if zips were still in the game, I don't know how to, like, zipping is so volatile. There's a few places I know where you can do zips, but like, if you don't know what you're doing and you just try to zip everywhere, you're just gonna get yourself killed over and over again. Zips will just send you flying up in the air and just kill you. People play old patch for any percent attempts. I mean, people play old patch if you're doing zipping. And people also do old patch if you're doing, like, glitchless. I believe. But, actually, no, I think they do current patch for glitchless now. Do Blasphemous Blade? Blasphemous Blade's kind of boring. I don't really like Blasphemous. Oh, I don't know. Blasphemous Blade is really good, but I don't really feel like using that. I mean, all remembrances, if you're following like a perfect route, is like 3 hours long. But that's literally not, that's doing every single boss first try with specific setups where you kill them in 10 seconds. So, it's not really comparable. Alright, we're gonna go to Liurnia. And I'm pretty sure that's also in-game time. I think it's 3 hours in-game time. So RTA, it's probably still like 3.5 hours. Elden Ring is just a really fucking long run. I still love Elden Ring though. 8-hour prediction is kind of crazy. You say that, but I don't think you realize how long this game takes, especially when you're not running like when you're not doing a route. Like, I'm not following the world record route. I don't know the boss setups. I'm definitely not gonna one-cycle Moog. I'm probably gonna die to, like, multiple bosses. I'm picking up extra heals. Like, in the speedrun, you don't pick up, like, any fucking healing at all. You just beat the game with, like, 5 Estus, like, +2. I'm not even ranting about Elden Ring. I just don't think people realize how much time you can, like, waste in this game when you're not doing an efficient route. And you're not just, like, running directly from boss to boss. You're not getting hit in the perfect run, so why would you collect it? I know. I mean, I don't know if... I don't know if you're trying to, like, be contrarian or you're just agreeing with me, but yeah, like, obviously you don't pick it up in an efficient run. That's my point.
You're surprised no matter why, don't you? Oh, but don't.
Okay, we need to do... I want to do Raya's quest line. I just need to remember where I'm fucking going. I love having no map. It's great. I should have picked up the map, but I didn't. I believe it's over here. Wait, is this the right way?
Holy shit, this is so hot.
No, this is not the right way. Oh my God. Maybe I should download Cheat Engine and just, you know what? I'm gonna do that. I don't even care on chat. Fuck. Oh my God, I'm alt tabbing the game and my PC is like freezing for 20 seconds straight. Jesus Christ, Elden Ring.
Stranger, stranger, thank you.
The whole speech about not wanting to cheat. I mean, yeah. Of course, there's just somebody who's, guys, just always somebody who's like, well, you're a fucking hypocrite. Because I'm in full screen? Yeah, because yeah, it's whatever. Oh, the game has cheat. I can't use Cheat Engine because, okay. What? I can't. And my game crashed. Oh no. Cheat Engine made the game close itself. That's lovely. And they really should have made it so after you've beaten the game once, the maps are just like unlocked automatically. Having to pick up the map pieces every time is so fucking annoying. I hate it. Yeah, I know full screen is kind of cancer. It's just they are an NG plus. Well, not what I mean, but okay. Hold on.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
I mean, it's not even, people aren't even rage baiting. It's just somebody, I feel like people always feel the need to just prove you wrong, or like you say something and they're like, well, actually this, actually that. It's like, hey, well, you're kind of missing the point, but. Yo, Jersey, thank you for the $5, man. I will go full screen windowed, even though I feel like if I set it to full screen windowed, it's not 4K. Well, no, it looks okay. It looks okay now. I think it might have been bugged the first time. I'm actually not sure. Okay. Holy shit. All right. Oh no. That I gotta say, that is the one thing that really, like, it's so annoying not having the map, truly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. It's rather my mistress, but I was a. Could I ask that thug only if you've. Oh, what a blessed thug, please. Please stop, brave tarnished.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
You will
jump.
only tire by striking this barrier. Besides, I am no foe of yours.
God damn it,
Please,
Raya.
think this over.
Fucking talk to me. Oh, I fucking
Please.
jumped again. Okay.
What are you trying to start? Show me, and I'll consider. I'm not in love with you. You're a shrew first. All right. Things know you're bloody-eyed. Oh. All right then. I could be. Marika's tits.
Erica's tits.
Please. Oh, thank you, kind. Did I forget? I see you are very to steady such. Please. Bring most time. You are no volcano.
Okay. I have to kill Godric in order for... I have to kill Godric in order for, what's his face to move, right? Vare. Any rune holder? Oh, okay. Well, I'll probably just do Godric, because that's the easiest, I reckon. Yeah, thank you for the $5, Jersey. Will I be playing Night Rain, Deep of Night more? I've been wanting to do more Deep of Night. I just haven't... I'm kind of busy with the marathon right now. But I'll probably end up doing more. I'm gonna pick these up just so I can... Actually, I don't know. I probably shouldn't even grab that. Alright, we're gonna go get the key. How's the marathon felt so far? It's been fun. What weapon are we going to use for the speedrun? We are going to use the Anvil Hammer. Well, we have to get to the DLC first, but that's the plan. We're going to use the Anvil Hammer with the Deflect tier. I'm not doing all bosses. We do all bosses, it's gonna be like a 20-hour run. Which I don't really feel like playing Elden Ring for 2 or 3 days straight.
Toilet bitch.
Fit to determine if you had. It seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take you. Gathering plate. Very let my hand.
All bosses in this game sucks. I'm just gonna say it. At least it sucks if you're not doing like a challenge run that makes it interesting. Like if you're just killing all 270 bosses with one single weapon, it's fucking boring as shit. If you're doing like a fun challenge run that makes each boss more interesting, then it's okay, but
You'll no matter how you're.
just my opinion. What am I doing? Dude, this is another thing, is like, it's so easy to just waste time in this game. You're just sitting there like, where am I going? What am I doing? I feel like you always need to be kinda thinking about the next step. I'm gonna grab this Dex Physic. Honestly, I feel like if there was just a bit more progression gating in Elden Ring, I would love, like, if only there was just, like, you know, imagine if there was, instead of running past Stormvale Castle, there was like a boss that you had to fight. If you wanted to take this like side path and skip Stormvale, like have a boss there. You know, if you want to enter Caelid, you need to fight a boss. Just, I wish there was more gating, and I know that kind of hurts the open world nature of the game. I just wish there was more like forced fights. That's just me though. Granny 3 took 8 seconds. Look again at the timer. Oh, fuck. I should have sold. Oh, this is great. This is great. Speed.
Well, I presume. Oh, I am an old so here, perhaps.
They captured a massive audience with the strategy. Yeah, I mean, again, this is just my, like, this is just something that I wish. I know why the game is the way it is, and you know, that's fine. Doesn't mean I can't hope for things or wish things were different. Why is it the way it is? Because they wanted to appeal to a bigger audience. I think one of the biggest things that were stopping players from playing these types of games in the past, was the fact that if you got stuck on a boss, you had to beat that boss. It wasn't like, you can go somewhere else and go try to get stronger. No, you beat that boss or you fucking give up.
Foul tarnished. In search of the Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
The older games were a lot easier. Elden Ring is like the easiest of the entire series. If you run a super broken build, this game is so fucking easy, it's like absurd. Bitch. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. What am I doing, bro? Dying to fucking Margit. I'm actually just washed. That's what I get for trying to use the weapon art, I guess. There's literally a completely scripted kill on this guy with the fucking Bloodhound's Fang. Well, actually, I think. You just walk up to him. Well, I don't think it works anymore. Actually, maybe it's... No, it's not gonna work. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you normally do, Pontus. I forgot. Yeah, you just walk up to him, do a charge R2, and then you do 2 weapon arts, and he's basically dead. Although I think you normally have a +4 Bloodhound Fang at that point, but he would be pretty close to dead regardless, even with the +2, I think. This is game number 30. Lethal Company run.
Well, but of course, the god.
I want to do Lethal Company. We're definitely not doing 10 quota in Lethal Company, though. The bonus game, by the way. Yeah. Hello? Bro, I said I'll use the fucking main gate.
The god, you'll slip. When you approach its own.
I must have not fully exhausted his dialogue, I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, 10 quota speedrun in Lethal Company literally takes like 3 hours, and if I mess up a single time, if I die, it's a 3-hour permadeath run where Most of the time, you don't even lose your run to dying. Well, it's actually, I don't know. It's like half and half, but you lose your you either lose your run to dying or you lose your run to not getting enough money and getting bad quota RNG. Because the amount of money that's required to beat a 10 quota run is random because there's like there's thresholds or ranges for the quota value. So the amount of money required to beat a 10 quota run could be 20,000 or it could be 40,000. And it's just completely fucking random. That's just random numbers that I'm saying, but... Go for a 10 quota run, and if you die, leave it at that. Or I could just do like 3 quota, which is still... which is like 20 or 30 minutes and isn't terrible. Haven't done repo. Well, I never speed ran repo, so. I don't know if I plan on doing repo. Well, I mean, I tried to speedrun Repo for a bit, I think, but I don't know if I ever even finished a run.
Dragon,
I guess technically I did run it.
thou art a true born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well.
Schedule 1 a game that's speedran? I have no idea. Yo, Cliffbang, thank you for the $5. That Schedule 1 game was so popular for a little while. I feel like I don't see anyone playing it anymore, though. I mean, I guess it was like a flavor of the month kind of game.
I command thee, kneel! I am the Lord of all that is golden.
Yo, Mr. Incognito, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much, buddy. Dagger? Oh shit, I should have taken the riposte. Oops. Thank you so much, Mr. Incognito. You wish Godric was harder? Yeah, I mean, he's like the first boss of the game. So, well, second boss, I guess. They can't make him that difficult. I like the Godric fight a lot. Godric is easier than Margit. I feel like Godric and Margit are kind of equal in terms of difficulty, personally. The worst part about Margit is his stupid, like, undodgeable attack. Yeah, Pontus. I like watching the cutscenes in Elden Ring, even though I've seen them fucking 500 times. This is
bathed in rays of cold.
You know what? I want to go grab... Forgot to grab this item. Grab that. An old forgotten game that I would love playing through. Yeah, what game is that? Enlighten me.
Well, then I presume.
Garfield cart. Okay. Yeah, I do want to go get Godric's Great Rune, actually. I also need to get... I need to get the other Dectus medallion. I guess we'll go do that right now. Bloodhound better than Reduvia at the beginning. They're both good. They're honestly both fine. Larxa is going crazy in the other room. I wonder what's going on. Oh yeah, I think she's playing the Backrooms game. I think she was telling me that last night. Heard good things about Gollum. Ah, yes, Gollum. What ending am I trying to go for? Probably just the normal one. I don't really think I'm gonna bother going for any... I mean, we could do Frenzy Flame ending, I guess. We could do that. I don't want to do Ronnie's ending. Ronnie's ending is fucking annoying because I have to do her entire quest line, and I just don't really want to do that. Sorry, Ronnie. Help her. She's fine. Alright, well, we also have to kill Radon, I guess. Consider doing stuff like Bingo. Bingo's alright. I'm not like over the top about it or anything, but okay. I kind of prefer to do like challenge runs. You know what? I'm gonna level up a little bit. Okay, so the thing is, we need to get... Let me pull this up. We need... We need 40 strength, 10 dex, 11 int, 20 faith. Yeah, I don't know. The French challenge was okay. I did it for a little bit. I just got kind of bored. Like, it's just... When you die in that fucking run, doing Limgrave and Liurnia again is just so fucking... I don't know, it's just so repetitive. The German challenge, yeah. I'm gonna go get Godric's Great Rune. Kill the dragon for some easy souls. I don't know. If anything, it would be better to go kill the Erd Tree Avatar near Fort Faroth. Because that guy gives like 70 or 80k runes. Gets slaughtered by the Erd Tree Avatar. He's not that hard. But he does kill, I mean, he can kill us in like one hit. Yeah, we're gonna do the DLC. Did the same in Mortal Shell. Yeah. Yeah, I could try to cheese the Night Cavalry. I don't know. It's really not that necessary though. It might be better for us to just go kill. Might be better to just go kill Radahn. I think we get the Great Rune, we go kill Radahn, and then we then we'll go to the DLC. Well, we'll do the quest for the DLC. Is there anything I could sell for like? I want to buy two. Have I heard of Primal? No, I don't think so. Wait, rune arcs are only 4,000? Why did I think they were 5,000? What the hell? Okay, well, that's fine. All right, we're gonna go do Radon. Yeah, I think you're right. Some of the vendors are 5K. Why I was mixing it up. Am I gonna sleepwalk in the DLC? No. I couldn't even sleepwalk even if I wanted to. Sleepwalking is extremely cursed to do because the more that you level up your character, the harder it becomes to do sleepwalk setups. Oh shit. Only 24 kicks and perfume buffers. Yeah, you just need a setup for every time you level up your character. What's the big deal? I forgot to... I forgot to get bleed grease. Well, whatever, I guess. Man, I'm gonna miss the poise break now. Oh, that's good. If I got there a post, we actually would have killed him there. Oh well. Hey, no hit. Actually, wait, no, that's not true. We got hit by the AoE fucking gravity thing. No, we are changing weapons. So we are doing Radon so we can go to the DLC. We are rushing the DLC and we are getting the Anvil Hammer. That is the plan. Can't even one cycle of boss. I mean, we were close actually. We were close. I didn't have the right setup anyways, so. All right. Is that the one you can throw? No. Alright, we do need 20 faith. I think that's fine to level up. Maybe I should have probably got more strength just so I... that probably wasn't my smartest level up. Whatever, it's fine. Okay. Let's go to Altus. Am I gonna play Dying Light 1 to 3? No. I don't know how to speedrun Dying Light. I actually thought about learning the Dying Light 1 run, but I never ended up doing it. about Remnant 2? We could potentially do Remnant 2. The thing is, I don't remember Remnant 2 that, like, I didn't really speedrun Remnant 2. I did challenge runs of Rem 2, but I never really ran it, so I don't really know the game that well. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable trying to do it in a marathon. I do like Remnant 2 a lot though. Yeah, I'm gonna try Code Vein 2. I'm gonna play Code Vein 2. So the upcoming releases: Code Vein 2, Neo 3, Reanimal, and then Resident Evil 9. Play Ecstatica. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Arlecchino is a hard fight. Do the Chinese Ari clone with the half-naked lady. I don't know how to speedrun that game. Arlecchino from Genshin Impact? No. From the Lies of P DLC. Hold on, we need to grab this Grace first. Am I doing Lies of P with zips? Maybe.
I knew you. I hereby take my hand. Give me. I will pray.
I am Tan Rias, a warrior. Perhaps will you join YX Rise with us? Now you
I really wish this game had like a challenge covenant, like Dark Souls 2. Like a Champions Covenant or something. I'm confused. Is this not the spot?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Is it further? I'm actually so confused. I guess there's an invis wall here. I thought this was... Oh, this is the wrong spot, actually. Oops. go get Golden Vow. Good old tree spirit. The workers probably are hearing Larxa screaming and thinking I'm like assaulting her or something. Dude, she's fucking screaming so loud. What? Let me put on my lantern. Dark in here. Get Bloodhound Step, why not? Alright. Yo, Ragalar, thank you for the 108 months. And Slade, thank you for the Prime sub. Alright, we need to go do... We need to go do the... Go do the quest to get to the DLC. I think our stats are probably good enough to go just beat Moog now. Oh, you know what? I just realized we didn't. Well, technically we can. We could have gone and done the invasion without. We could have gone and done the invasion without actually needing to talk to him this first time. If you buy a bloodied finger, you can skip. Where the fuck is he? Why is he not here? Where is this fucking idiot? Oh, right, you have to talk to Enya. God, I always forget about this fucking Enya. You bitch.
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as much. Become. Now let do.
Hold on, chat. Mm-mm-mm. Sorry, one sec, chat. By checking out Ecstatica. I don't know. What is that?
Not
Alright, hold on. One sec, chat. Doesn't work. Oh, wait. I know why it's not working. That's so stupid. Alright, one sec, chat. Give me one moment. God damn it, dude. This is so annoying. I'm giving Mo Gaspito. How'd you know? Alright, let me see if this works. This looks kind of cursed, chat. Don't look right. What's happening? Bald booba lady. I installed the Queen Merica mod, but it's not, it doesn't look quite right, chat. Alright. Let's go back to... Let's go to Altus. Oh, wait, no. No, what are we doing? I'm getting sidetracked. Alright, we need to go to Vare. Change your hair in round table and she won't be bald. You know, the nice thing about this mod is that I can turn it off and on at will.
You claim what? My doubt. The words of the truly, I believe, even worse. That's the part. Oh.
Yeah, this don't look right, chat.
High.
This don't look right.
I'm quite.
Wait a sec. He'll never beat the chronic gooner allegations. Listen, we're all gooners, okay? That's just human nature.
Be sure I'm quite.
Isn't he supposed to give me 5 bloody fingers? Wait, did I mess up his quest? Oh no, he did. Okay, I'm just fucking tripping, I guess. You were shaming chat? Yeah, well, some of you have no shame. You're just typing, like, fucking disturbing things in chat. Says the mod installer. Listen, I'm not the one in chat saying, oh, I'd like to sniff her farts or fucking just weird shit like that. Dude, like, chat, some of you guys are fucking, you got some issues, all right? Yeah, I said it because that's what chat said, okay? People have literally said that. I'm not, don't fucking gaslight me, okay? It's your community. It's not like everyone's saying that. I'm just saying there's some people that do say stuff like that. Okay, dude. If you didn't want them here, you'd ban them. I'm not gonna ban somebody for saying something like that, okay? They're just fucking weird. And I'm silently judging them, but I'm not fucking gonna ban them, alright? Silently agreeing, okay. He's smiling, so it's true. That it's not fucking true. You know, just by saying that I'm incriminating myself just makes it seem more likely. I need some more fucking water, dude. You're enabling the gooners? Yeah. Alright. Anyways. Let's focus.
Smoldering with that wretched flame of ambition.
Alright, we're gonna go grab... We're gonna go grab... the Somber 5 down here. Yeah, the ass is a little too big. I agree. My viewer go up when I put the mod. Yep. I'm just gooner baiting, you know? Gotta max those views. All right. I don't know. I kind of want to kill. I think we're basically ready for Moog now. I think we just need to go to the invasion spot. Okay, wait. You said that if I. You said if I go to round table hold, it'll fix the. It can fix the hair. Why am I fucking bald?
Oh, your divinity.
I'm still bald. Why is she fucking bald? The neck is like... I don't know. Whatever. I'm like half bald. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know why. Hold on, I'm gonna restart the game real quick. I want to see if I can fix this. One sec. Stalling just to goon, whatever, man. This is like a fucking 8-hour run. Who cares? We're not in any rush right now. Hey, Mr. Greed, thank you so much for the Prime sub, man. Still fucked. That's so weird. Why is it... Well, whatever, man. Alright, let's just go to the invasion. Some low quality mod. Well, it's bugged. I don't know. It's not showing up properly. Oh, you need a specific hairstyle. Hair 24. Oh, okay. Let's see. Why not 2B mod? I don't know. Maybe we could do both. I don't even know why I went this way. This is not... It's actually better. It would have been faster for me to just take the jump spot. That's okay. What does my girlfriend think about these mods? She loves them. Listen, Larksa's more of a gooner than I am, alright?
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Okay, here we go. I have no mana? God, this fight is fucking ass. I have no mana. What could I do? Look at my mana. Okay. Can I teleport, please? All right, let's go change to hairstyle 24.
Oh, your divinity have mercy.
There we go.
God is not easily felled.
All right. He's ugly. Wow. All right. Now we need to go back to Vare, right? Yeah, we have to get the cloth. This mod is ass. Honestly, most of the... Well, not... There's... I haven't actually used that many, like, cosmetic mods for Elden Ring before. There is a 2B mod as well, but the 2B mod is also, like... The model quality is kind of scuffed, from what I remember. Unless maybe there's, like, an updated version that looks better. I don't know. Is there a new one?
Oh, I'm glad. You have a... I wish to a knight luminary... So. Now. For your... Normally this blood, since... The blood of...
go do Hayata, I guess. Hey, Red Fox, thank you for the 22 months. Subia, thank you for the 18 months. Mr. Greed, thank you for the Prime sub.
Father, please be safe.
You. I'm a monster. Listen, I need her blood.
You've complete, and with this, a night. Now, this no.
You don't actually need the helmet. This model looks so bad.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
All right.
Never, for it is what you have. Oh, a medal with the power I've got. But you mustn't. The meeting must luminary. We must.
Well, are you asking if I ran Doom in the marathon or just in general? Because yes, I've ran Doom before, but I have not done it in the marathon yet. You know what? I am gonna go grab a golden foul foot for this at least. Any welcome to the game? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. How speedrunnable will RE9 be? We have no idea until the game comes out, to be honest. I'm gonna do Black Myth Wukong. I don't think so. I don't know. Black Myth Wukong is such a long game, and I don't really remember how to run it that well. I mean, like, I kind of remember we did do a few runs of the game. The thing is, some of the late game bosses in that game are actually pretty fucking hard. I'm gonna kill this guy. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. Okay, maybe this is a bad idea. Damage is kind of ass. Oh, the weapon art damage is good. And riposte do so much damage in this game now. They like buffed riposte damage at some point. Yeah, I need to use... I wanted to use Blood Flame Blade, but I kind of forgot. That was a greedy R1. to wait for that. Do I want RE9 to be RE2-like or RE4-like? Well, I think we're getting a bit of both. I think that's kind of the whole point of RE9. I'm gonna get some health so I don't get one shot by this guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure because that's why you play as two characters in Resident Evil 9. I think the whole idea is that, you know, you'll get you'll have more of like an action. It'll be more like RE4 when you're playing as Leon, and it'll be more like RE2 or like Beneviento House, I guess, when you're playing as Grace. Hopefully there's a third character for FPS gameplay. Well, Resident Evil 9 is going to be first person and third person. You can choose whichever difficulty you want, so. You never looted this. Well, so technically this golden seed is... This golden seed is only here if you don't pick up the one down there. Technically, you can get both of them if you do some, like, tricky... Like, I think you can loot the one that's up here and then go down and loot the one below, or there's a way to get both of them, even though you're not supposed to. I can't remember exactly how, though. Oh, you know what? Shit. Oh. Activated the elevator.
Oh, I didn't. I'll be doing much. Just lay out.
I want to get +5. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a DLC weapon. We are rushing to get the anvil hammer, chat.
I'm known as heed those who live in death.
Bruh. Well, you can do it with healing as well, though, Spicy, because you can hold the heals the same way you can hold Golden Vow. Two hours for DLC. Yeah, I mean, we ran around the map a lot more, though. I mean, it's mainly just because we picked up so much shit. Well, it's any spell. I think any spell works, Spicy, as long as you can hold the spell. It's like the same animation with the heals.
Dearest Mikola, you must abide alone a while.
What's the plan for Nihil? Yeah, I'll just heal through it.
Honor the guest to the birthplace of our dynasty.
Losing my posture damage. I want to use Golden Bow, but I don't know if he's gonna let me.
coming of our dynasty. Morgwyn.
550,000 ruins. Let's go. All right, we need well, we need 39 strength. And I guess we can get some more health. Need some endurance. Yeah. But damage is better for now. I'm not sure where I should go for the +7 Somber Stone. I can't remember. Is there an easy... I don't think there's an easy set +7... Dude, what the fuck? The game... This DLC looks so, like, gray right now. So bright. I don't remember if there's any, like, good +7 Somber Stones in the DLC or not. Need to make sure to pick up these black pyreflies. We need to get the materials for the big giant throwing pots. Oh. Why do we never get a big sweaty man mod? You can use that mod yourself. That's all you, man. Oh no. Fine. Still fine. Alright. Yeah, the main thing we're doing right now, Chad, we're not going to actually do DLC yet. We're just coming here to get the deflect tier. So we're going to run around and pick up some stuff for a little while. But not that long. Well, that's unfortunate. I did not do the jump correctly. We actually didn't die, though. Funny enough. Easy. Thanks, Torrent. Have I speedran Bashi? No. Another 2 hours of pickup. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, we are going to do a skip here, though. Epic skip incoming. The reverse tombstone skip. We've been picking up a lot of mushrooms, which is good. The Clever Raptor moveset mods for Elden Ring? No. I kind of want to try the Garden of Eyes mod for Elden Ring. I know you have to pay for it, but I still kind of want to try it. Alright. Yo, what's up, Mitch?
I am sorry. I repent. Oh, come no closer. Please. No more. Spare me your cruelty. Please spare.
Why is he not moaning? All right. I interrupted it. All right, it's time for the weapon of the run, chat. The Anvil Hammer. Weapon is sick. I am going to use the deflecting tier with the hammer. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll be playing Duskbloods. Whatever. There's a skip you can do here, but it only saves like 10 seconds, and I'm probably going to mess it up, so we'll just go the normal way. Let me teleport, man. How long is Elden Ring all bosses? Well, we're not doing all bosses. We're gonna do all remembrances minus Fortisax, because Fortisax sucks. Fuck Fortisax. All my homies hate Fortisax. I didn't pick up enough. Forgot I didn't pick up this fucking... Honestly though, chat, Fortisax legitimately adds like 15 to 20 minutes to the run. And I'm not even exaggerating. It's so bad. "20 minutes in an 8-hour run." Yeah, but it's for one it's for one single boss. That you kill like super fast anyways. I mean, the thing is, I always say that I'm gonna skip him, and then I end up doing it anyways, and I'm like, why did I do this? But wouldn't be surprised if I end up doing the same thing again. Well, Hunter Skip wasn't supposed to take that long. Okay.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
Okay, the last thing we need to do is go get... We're gonna go get, the deflect here. I want to try to kill the... I guess we'll try to do the pot throwing strat to kill the giant. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but... Wait, I'm gonna die. Oh, never mind. I fell too much to the... Fell too much to the right. I guess I'm not allowed to jump. I don't know. I can't jump. It doesn't let me jump. It's so weird because they said that they fixed the whole not being able to jump if you have a weapon. But okay, so just to clarify, if you have a weapon that's over your shoulders like this, you used to not be able to do a second jump on torrent. Now the thing is, they changed it, but they still made it so there's like a terrible delay. There's still a really long delay if you're using one of those types of weapons before you can jump. The thing is, so that delay can actually make it so you still don't get a double jump. Because like, for example, if you are falling on torrent for long enough, then you lose the ability to do your second jump. And so if you have one of those two-handed weapons, sometimes what can happen is, you know, it delays your jump by so long that you still just can't even do the second jump. It's not just big weapons, it's only the weapons that go over your shoulder, like this. I've used camera for a long time. I mean, I've been using it more lately than usual, I guess. But I mean, I've used camera a lot. You're making all this up because you didn't press jump. Yeah, totally. You caught me. Oh, wait a sec. We need these embers of Mesmer. Where am I going? Twitch deleted Pop Friend. I guess it was like a limited time emote. Did I already do base game completely? I wish. I wish I was that fast. But no. We're gonna grab these furnace visages. There are only two here? I guess so. All right, let's go look at this fragment. Do I have any kukris? I do have some. So by throwing that kukri, I can distract the evil asshole that destroys you here. Oh no. Right, I forgot you have to climb a ladder. Oh well. Kind of hungry. I had food before I started my stream, but I'm hungry again.
Elden Ring.
What the fuck is this? Pretty sure there's a third. I thought there's 3. I could have sworn there's 3 of those pots. But we only need 3 anyways. $69.69.69. True, the timer will hit that at some point. Actually, no, that's not true. There's no 69 minutes or 69 seconds. Damn, dude. You know, I just agreed with that comment, but then I actually thought about it for a second, and I was like, wait a sec, that's not true. That's embarrassing. Let's just forget I ever said that, chat. This place is so green. I feel like the colors stand out so much more on this monitor. What's the next repeating numbers? There was 59, 59, 59, but we've passed that now. Oh wait, what am I doing? Bro was saying it looks gray. Yeah, well, it was very gray. I feel like the grays were more, like, the colors are just more... hung.
where I am. It is an inland thing that will allow me to. It is said one's fate. I only wish to help them. I'm not miss. You are a. I've given you a white line for power.
Let's go try to kill this fucker. Yo, Darkest Toaster, thank you for the bits. Migux, thank you for the 30 months. Zelty, thank you for the 7 months. War Sparks, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, man. Finally, well, I mean, we need to... We're just getting some of the DLC running sections out of the way with, you know? All good. All right. Here we go, chat.
Awesome choice.
We got him. All right. Let's go do... Guess we'll go fight DTS now. Yeah, the anvil's +6. We're just gonna kill Morgott, and then we can get +7, 8, 9 in mountaintops, I think is the plan. What if Morgott is too hard for me? Maybe. How much damage does my charge R2 do? Pretty good. Oh wait. I was like, I'm pretty sure I perfect deflected that. Hold on, I gotta... Oh wait, I did drink it. Hit me. I love guard counters. Oh, you know, I guess we could probably... Maybe we should get the guard... We should probably get the guard counter talisman in Stormville. Get a little bit of endurance. I feel like you have so much endurance in this game just by default. It's kind of crazy. It's a physic that you need for the deflecting. It's called the deflecting hard tier. You have to kill the big giant fire guy at the start of the DLC. But basically the way it works is that every time you block, like if you perfectly block, you time your block as you get hit, it gives you increased damage, and it can stack up to 3 times. So if you deflect 3 attacks in a row and then do a guard counter, I think you'll do like 60% extra damage. It's kind of insane. All right, come on, first try skip. The skip sucks. No, I didn't find this skip. I don't think. Why did they patch the original skip? Because they hate fun. Sneaky. You know what? We can go kill the air tree avatar. It'll die pretty fast. Oh, we should get Flame grant me strength as well. I want to do big fucking damage. We can't guard counter that. You know, let's go get the guard counter physic. Fuck it. Or the guard counter talisman. Does two-handed talisman work in this build? Yes. I'm pretty sure it does. Have I ran any of the classics? No, I don't think I've ran like any old console games, really. I think the oldest game that I've ran is like Halo 2 on Xbox 360. I ran the Mario games. I mean, I speedran Super Mario Odyssey, but that's not, I mean, that's a more like modern one. You can do Cuphead, you could do a lot of old school platformers. I mean, it's not a matter of whether I can do it, it's just I haven't done it, you know? Yo, what's up, Ann? How you been, buddy? Has Divinity 2 been good? I haven't really had a chance to... I haven't really been able to watch, like, any streams because I've been so busy with this marathon. All harder than Baldur's Gate 3 though, and some shit is annoying. Yeah, I saw one of your titles was like doing one fight per day or something. Do I want the ritual shield talisman? I mean, I guess I don't know. I'll grab it, I guess. Just in case. I'm getting bullied. Porn material, bro. This ain't porn, all right. And like, half the girls on Twitch are dressed like this on their streams, all right. Or at least, you know, they're maybe not quite to this level, but. How do you know? Because I watch other streams on Twitch. Guess we can get Blade of Mercy, put Blade of Mercy on. Or damage. You know what? I actually want to go get. Hold on. I'm gonna go get Lloyd's or Ritual Sword Talisman, and then I want to get Flame grant me strength. was close. All right. Go give Flame Grammy strength. I'm not sure which the fastest way is. I'm just gonna go from here, I guess. Honestly, with how strong this weapon is, we might actually have time to play another game today. It's possible. We could, I don't know if I should grab this or not. We can get the fire damage physic here, but it's I mean, if we're going purely for guard count, all right, you know what, whatever, I'm gonna grab it. I don't know if I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna grab it. It won't take long. How many Granny games? We're done with Granny. Granny has retired from the marathon. Can kill O'Neill for his weapon. Yeah, that's true. The Golden Vow spell is better though. I dead. I wanted to try to just guard counter that. How much does the weapon art do? Ah, whatever. Guard countering the Air Tree Avatar does not work very well. Yeah, what's going on, Karmic? I seen you've been playing Elden Ring lately. You just doing like a casual playthrough? We should probably get the two-handed talisman. Games have been played so far? Many. This is game number 30. Gonna one-shot the entire base game. Yeah, we're gonna be a little overpowered. You tested Death's Poker and Serpent Hunter build? Gotcha. Didn't know that Vow was better. Yeah, well, the spell version of Golden Vow is better. Because it lasts for like a minute and a half, and it does the same amount of damage, and it also gives defense. So, the Commander Standard only lasts for 45 seconds, I think. Do I need those runes? It's only like 25,000 runes. It's not a big deal. All right. Let's go destroy Morgott. DS2 is awful. There's nothing redeemable about it. How dare you? Yeah, I ran Dishonored. Oh, is it 30 seconds? Yeah, no, that's not, I think you're right. Yeah, 30 seconds is not very, not very long. Kind of rough. Imagine having this weapon in Night Rain. Imagine having any DLC weapons in Night Rain.
Graceless, tarnished. What is thy business with these thrones?
30 seconds, no one will last longer than that. Yeah, I mean, most of the bosses do die in less than 30 seconds, that's true.
The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani.
Didn't they say DLC weapons would come later in Night Rain? I believe that was like a translation, like a mistranslation. I don't actually think, I don't think we're getting DLC weapons.
Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King
Death's Poker is crazy broken? Yeah.
last of all kings.
Well, now that it actually works. Death's Poker used to be like bugged as fuck. I should have taken the riposte. I love the deflect here so much. So good. Need more damage? True.
Allow me, you are unprevented. The thorns, a husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then, and guide you.
Damn it, dude. I hate this skip so much. that was just terrible. That was just bad. I hate how long it takes to... Alright, I'm just... I can't do it, dude. God damn it. That looks good. All right. Play with America's hammer. How do I even get America's hammer? I mean, I actually know how I get it. I'm just saying it's like at the end of the game. No zips. No, no zips. What the hell? Favorite marathon game so far? I don't know, it's hard to say. I mean, I love doing like the Souls games and the Resident Evil games in the marathon. Those are probably my favorites. But I also really, I mean, there's a few other games that I also really enjoy. Deathloop was smooth. Yeah. Very smooth. I use the butt slam with this weapon. I could. Alright, since we do so much damage, I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna kill this Knight Cavalry just for fun. Wait, is it nighttime? Might not be here. Oh no, he's not here. Well, Knight Cavalry gets to live. I finished Deathloop, but yeah, that I don't know what the fuck is wrong with that game. Why it destroyed my PC so fucking badly. That something is seriously wrong with that game, or wrong with my PC, or both. I really don't know. Oh wait, I forgot. I mean, the game was running on fucking 60 FPS. It's not like I was running the game on 500 FPS. Like the game should not be that fucked on 60 FPS. I'll kill the gargoyle. I'm not scared, no gargoyle. time we've run is for this? For Elden Ring is this? This is the Anvil Hammer bonk run. This is the big bonkathon. More damage is needed. Don't worry, the damage will get even higher. I mean, guys, this is a +6 hammer, keep in mind. Yeah, I could have just ran past the gargoyle. It's just... I like fighting stuff. I died on normal difficulty in Granny. So? Granny's hard, man. I hope they don't do a fucking another Elden Ring DLC. This game's gonna take fucking 12 hours if they add another DLC. I'm just kidding, but like, I would rather them make a new game. Upgrade the hammer. I mean, we could go get +8. Yeah, it's a somber weapon. Dude, like using somber weapons just makes this game so much more enjoyable. Smithing stone weapons are so fucking annoying. It's like unbelievable. Smithing stone weapons can be buffed. That's true, but doesn't really matter.
No. Oh, don't pay me. Just lay out.
I just love how easy it is to upgrade somber weapons. 3 hours left for the believers. What's the prediction? To beat it in under 6 hours? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe though. I mean, we're already decently far. I don't know. If I'm killing these side bosses, we're definitely not gonna finish it in time. But I kind of want to fight some extra stuff. Now that I have a weapon that I can actually do it with, that's not gonna take like 5 minutes per boss. Not like the souls do anything anyways. Yeah, I don't know. We still have a lot of the game left. What's up, Short Sheriff? Bye, Vike. The guard boost on the anvil hammer, 57. Is it fun 3-tapping all the bosses? Oh yeah, kind of. The thing is, if I did some run where my weapon sucks ass, I don't think people realize, like, if you're fighting 30 or 40 bosses and every fight takes 2 extra minutes, you know, that alone is an extra hour and a half of the run. And then on top of that, if you're using a shitty weapon and you fucking die on a boss, and then you got to do it again, it's like, before you know it, using a shitty weapon can make your run take 3, 4, 5 more hours long. If I was to do, you know, fucking like bow only in this game or some bullshit. I mean, I don't mind using a shitty weapon. I like challenge runs, but I'm not trying to do a challenge run in this marathon when this game already takes as long as it does. Hold on. And I could have sworn you could shoot this thing with the bow and it would fall. Guess not. I actually don't know. In the speed run, they actually kill this guy in the speed run now. They like shoot it with an arrow and it makes it fall, but I don't know how they do it. I'm just gonna try to sneak up on it and kill it. If I quit out here, will it see me? Well, this is Somber 9, isn't it? Wait, no, it is an 8. Oh, wait, did I already get the 9? Wait, I'm so confused. Wait, where the fuck? Oh, no, the 9 is... No, the 9 is on the fucking bridge. I'm so confused. I thought there's a 9 in... Yeah, I could get the 9 in Kaled, but that's not... Oh, I guess, yeah, I know. I guess I'm just confused because in the any percent run, I guess you grab the 9 in Farum, and I think you do Fire Giant with +8, I guess. I don't know. I'm all mixed up. I'm just gonna grab the Somber 9 up here. Well, we can go +10. We need the 9. Go +10. There's a Somber 9 on this chair. Alright, +10 time.
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your own.
Sorry, buddy. Fucking smashed his leg right open. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, it is also a fire weapon. True. Just taking the riposte. Frenzy ending? I mean, we could do the frenzy ending. Or, the more random shit we decide to do, though, the less likely you believers are gonna get rewarded, but whatever. It's not like the points do anything or mean anything, so... who cares? Oh. What? Bro, what is wrong with this grace? Spoken like a man with infinite points. Yeah, well, I have not been doing the free subs or VIP redemptions for a while. I should probably disable that option, honestly. I don't know, I've just been... Yeah, I've been scamming chat. Honestly, I keep forgetting about it, and then I'm like so far behind that I'm just like I don't even want to look. I don't even want to look at it. Plus 449 damage. Yeah, I'm sorry for people that have been redeeming the free sub or the VIP and I haven't been doing it. I actually, I've had that free sub, like, soul redemption thing for, I don't know, like 6 or 7 years now. And I gifted every sub for like 5 or 6 years straight. and I don't know, I've just been lazy. I apologize. Too big to care. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do the skip here, chat. Nice, first try. What is that, Gunnar mod? That is Queen America. Surprised I never ran Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, I don't know. Crash Bandicoot didn't really like appeal to me that much. It was just like a speed run. He missed. Come on. That's my bad. That's my bad. Bro, how are you missing? How are you? I'm covered in so much blood. Jesus Christ. This is a different Moog that we're fighting right now. Buddy. Frenzy Flame will mess up the model. Oh yeah. That might be true. Have we discussed how good this looks in 4K? You know, funny enough, I don't feel like the 4K is that as noticeable for this game. Looks good though. Turn the burn marks off in character creator. Not sure. Can you actually do that? Really? Okay. Doesn't seem.
Our journey. And
Oh yeah,
should
Melina
you
wants to
lie
come
well
tell
to
us
such as
she's
my
gonna kill
pride.
us.
Goodbye, Torrent.
Goodbye, Melina. All right, it's time for you to burn, Melina. Actually, wait, no, she won't. No, she doesn't let us burn. We could have actually killed her and then done the Frenzy Flame ending, but we'll let her live. Hold on, I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. Why am I so Coomer friendly? Listen, man, I just like these mods. Honestly, Elden Ring doesn't really hit the same as like the Resident Evil mods, though, to be honest. I can't wait for the Resident Evil 9 mods. I also just can't wait for Resident Evil 9, obviously. I'm super excited for RE9. The mods are going to be great as well, I'm sure. Grace 2B mod. We all know it's going to happen. Kill the dragon? Nah. I really hope that Resident Evil 9 isn't too long of a run. I really liked RE4 Remake speedrun, but I feel like the bad thing about RE4 Remake was that it was just a little bit too long. It was so tiring to play and like perform at a high level for an hour and 40 minutes, and then you lose your run to some bullshit right at the end to like the stupid turret skip. It's just speed. I don't know. The perfect length for a speedrun, in my opinion, is like an hour. Once it starts getting closer to like 2-hour territory, I don't know. It's just not as... I mean, it's still fine, but... I think the perfect speedrun length is like around an hour. Maybe a bit over an hour. Hi, bro. You do so much posture damage with guard counters. I love it. Ah, damn. Jesus, dude. That did so much damage. What the fuck? I really didn't think he'd get me with that. You hate this America model? I'm sorry. We have 65 strength. I don't know if we're gonna get much more damage from strength at this point. We'll probably get more faith, I guess. Even though the faith scaling kind of sucks. DLC already done. We haven't even done the DLC yet. Well, we went into the DLC and we collected some stuff and picked up some graces, but we have not, we haven't really fought anything in the DLC yet. shouldn't have tried to sprint. I don't know why I did that. Dude, come on. What? How do I get a hard fall there? Dude, what do you even mean? Why don't people make a save file to cut out all the gathering for Elden Ring? Well, I mean, what does that even mean, though? Like, cutting out all the gathering? Damn it. Like, do you have a save file with every single grace, all the upgrade materials? I mean, like, how do you define that? You know, it's just, do you start out with max heals? It's just. I don't know. That's why I kind of don't like the idea of doing stuff like that, because it's just. I mean, I understand if you're doing runs of this game. Like, I know people were saying Gino was he was like cheating and unlocking graces and stuff in his run to like cut out like running time, which is like totally understandable, especially because he was literally playing Elden Ring 12 hours a day for a month straight. So, I mean, I'm sure I would get fucking super sick of riding around on Torrent. More like a year. Well, Gino's been playing Elden Ring nonstop since it basically came out, but he was doing like his marathon thing or whatever. He hasn't streamed for a month. Yeah, I was actually wondering where is he like on vacation, I guess? You get sick of 2 runs of setup? Yeah, me too. He's on vacation, yeah. Let me see. I would definitely need a vacation after playing Elden Ring for a month straight, non-stop. Seems like you already do, it's just not every single day. Yeah, I mean, I play Elden Ring like maybe once a month, maybe once every few months at this point. Didn't I do the same when the game came out? Yeah, I did. I'm just burned out on the game because I played it for 3,000 hours. I mean, I'm burned out to the point where I don't want to play it every day. That's just me. I mean, I had so much fun doing challenge runs, learning the game, doing speed runs, zip runs, all that stuff. And I still really enjoy playing Elden Ring. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun playing right now. I just, yeah, I definitely get a bit burned out if I'm like playing it too much. Didn't you say you weren't doing this boss? I said I'm not doing Fortisax. I did not mention I didn't say anything about this boss. I wonder if there's a way that I could like cheat. Oh, that's not good. I wonder if there's a way that I could cheat myself into Fortisax's arena. Isn't this boss required? No. We should be able to interrupt him. Yeah. That attack has such a weird hitbox. What? What? Oh, that was so close to getting that extra hit off. Oh, you don't. No, you don't. All right. Nice. Let's go pump some faith, I guess. How much damage do we get from faith? Oh, we actually get a good amount. 40 extra damage. Not bad. Oh yeah, I think the physical, like you get physical damage from faith with this weapon as well. It's not just the fire damage, I think. All right, here we go.
I will not have it stolen from me.
Oh, that hurt. Dude, we do so much damage though, what the fuck? I'm pretty sure that riposte would have almost killed him.
Become my blade once more.
Hey, 6EO, thank you for the 5 months, man. is so early. I can't hit you. If I hit him with that was greedy. That was greedy, but I thought I could go for it. If I hit him with that, we would have staggered him and he would have died. The range on the R2 follow-up is kind of ass, and of course, dude, it is like one of the most frustrating things in these games is when you go for a charge R2 and the boss like shifts their body during an attack, which makes you miss. Oh. It's so frustrating. Yeah, I shouldn't have taken the riposte. That's true. I won't do it this time. How is... Oh, that's a bad idea. Oh. The moment I... Dude, what am I doing? What am I actually fucking doing right now? You know, I'm actually shocked that that dot... I'm shocked that that dot killed me. I really felt like... I didn't actually think it... I didn't think it would last long enough to kill me. Yo, what's up, Dara? I'm just dying because I'm getting greedy and I'm trying to do stupid stuff. I feel like that is my #1 cause of death in these marathons is trying stupid stuff. Going for greedy hits. Alright. Misses. Of course, he just literally went up in the air to dodge my attack. Bro. Oh my god. Probably should have used one of these golden horn tenders during Placidusax. Doesn't really matter though. All right. Yeah, we were going for the all hit run. True. Oh, hold on, chat. Give me one sec. All right. Mm-hmm. Nice speedrun, thank you. All right. Wait, this armor is super heavy though.
Oh, no.
Why is she running like that? Because I'm too fat. Let's see, am I still fat rolling? There we go. If I take off the bow, it's okay. All right. Oh, save to world. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. All right, we got to go do the skip. Why is it every time without the skirt? Well, you know what? We can actually... Hold on. Can also get the skirt. The thing is, this is like not enough. I think this is just like a 2B. I don't know if this is like an actual outfit that she wears, because this is some random one. The thing is there's like another 2B model, which is actually like what she normally wears, but I don't know. It's kind of, the model looks like really scuffed.
Is custom well.
This guy's rune arcs cost 8,000? What the fuck? All right. We're going for the skip. We got it. Nice. Damn it. All right, you know what? Let's go kill this air tree avatar. Fuck it. Did I ever speedrun Nier? No. It's another game that I also thought about running, but I never did. Don't lock onto the dragonfly. Now that's a lot of damage. Man, I'm hungry. I need some food. Believers winning? I don't know. Maybe? I mean, we're getting through the game pretty quickly. Thought the skip got patched. A version of this skip got patched. There's still a way to do it. Alright. Come on. My parents? Oh, okay. Oh, I mean... Oh. I really hope I didn't die. I don't think I died. I think Torrent died. Okay, you know what? I'm getting kind of scared. I'm gonna go grab the Grace. God damn it, man. That was really close, but not quite. This Google Doc did.
Awesome choice.
Wait, who made the Google Doc? Oh. Or are you just glazing yourself, Dara? No, not you. Okay. Fuck, man, I'm washed up. I can't do it. God damn it. Can't do it. Can't do the skip. If you did it normally, you would have been done by now. I don't care. You closed the tab before saving it? Oh no. Maybe maybe the skip is harder because I will allow this. Oh, Nightbot still timed you out. Sorry, Butterkips. Dude, I can't. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, what am I doing wrong? At that time. Oh my god, I think I landed on the rock as well. Put all my points on doubters. Yeah. Yeah, it's the 2B character model. Totally. Messing me up. It's ruining my groove. There we go. Getting close to 6966969 followers. Oh yeah, didn't I set my like my follower goal that or something? Forgot about that. I fucking hate this enemy. This guy fucking sucks, man. Like, honestly. This is like the worst enemy ever. Alright, Loretta. More damage. The shadows seem to be a little weird. You know what? We also, I forgot. We do still need to go down the hole. Chat, not everything has to be sexual, okay? Don't fucking look at me like that.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Hey, Dragonic, thank you for the 25 months. Thank you, man. I did not say that with the intention of baiting chat. I'm going through the hole that Radon opens when you kill him. I need to order some food. Yeah, I don't know what I want to get though. Cooking stream when? Not during this marathon. Have I had any healthy options lately? I had a salad the other day. That was healthy. You're good for a month. Yeah, man. Salads aren't healthy. Okay. Well, I had some fruit the other day. Is that better? I guess fruit's also not healthy. Fruits have sugar, so they're unhealthy. Forgot to light this one. Who made this Google Doc? Probably Ryut. But I don't really know. It has a picture of my face, so I feel like it's probably Ryut. But it might have, I mean, I don't know. I don't know who made it. It says TR of the doc. It says what? Pictures of my face became his trademark. That, I mean, it just gives me Ryut vibes. I don't know. But I don't know. Could have been any of the mods. Was it not you then, Ryut? It says made by On the Reline. Okay. I have no idea who that even is, but whoever it was, thank you. Just had to teleport away. No, that's fine. Then you're gonna do that again. You fucking bitch. I did this space well enough. You stupid fucking moose. Die. Still killed him pretty quick. We should probably get rid of Radagon's Source Seal. Damage is absurd. It's on the rock. And he fell on me. Come on, let me get a big... Dude. Whatever, man. Just die. Just die. Just two-shot. I love this weapon. Oh. Kane skin next. I don't know if there is a Kane skin for this game. Maybe there is. Don't worry, you'll be seeing Kane later in the marathon. Why didn't you just go through the frenzy tunnels? I don't know, because I kind of wanted to do that. I just want... You're right. The frenzy tunnels would have been faster, and I probably should have done that. But it was kind of fun bullying the moose and the gargoyles. Any welcome to the game too? We'll probably do welcome to the game too. We haven't done it yet. So chat, how you doing today? Are you, what'd you have for lunch, chat? Ass. Classic. That's a good lunch meal. It got... Oh, never mind. Beating Elden Ring, but I can't press Y. You think it persists through the... No, I don't think so. That would be funny, but I don't think it persists through this. Oh. We're taking this all the way to a stelch. You're gonna need 10 gifted subs to get rid of these prompts on the screenshot. Sorry. Just kidding. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, well now I have to get rid of it. Thanks, Ribsicles. You've saved chat. Thank you, man. No shame. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Ribskulls. Thank you, dude. Yo, Silvermine, what the? Thank you for the 39 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Thank you for all the gifted subs, dude. I think you've gifted like over 100 now at this point. Yeah, thank you very much, Silvermine. Not sure what I want to eat. Kind of want some pizza, but I also kind of want to eat healthier. Yo, Bag Bellows, thank you for the 5 months. Pizza with a lot of vegetables. Yeah, maybe. You know, I wish that I liked fish more. I mean, well, I don't know. It depends. I like some fish. I mean, I like lobster. I like lobster a lot, but that's not really fish. That's like a crustacean, I guess. I know it's not a fish. I literally said that, chat. Salmon is good. When we were in Belgium, I had cod, and it was so, it was awful. It was so fishy. It was just like, I don't know, when I know that sounds stupid, but like when fish smell really fishy, it's just like, it's just gross. I don't know. All the people who are flaming me right now have clearly never had fish. It's like... Wasn't fresh, yeah. You think I'm being a child? Wait. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like fish if it's prepared well. I've had some really good salmon before, but there's been like a few times where I've ordered fish and it was just like, I guess it's, yeah, it was just like old fish or bad fish, and it's just really gross. I've had swordfish before. I had, what is it called? Grouper? Grouper is actually pretty good. Should open a can of surstrumming on stream. That would ruin my house. At least for a while. Maybe if I was outside, but I would probably just proceed to throw up everywhere. Bitch, can't you get, like, banned if you're, like... Actually, I don't know. Maybe that's stupid. Can you get banned if you're, like, throwing up on stream? I don't know. I don't know. Twitch... what you can and can't get banned for is so, like, random. Why'd you have to do that, man? I only like salmon, grouper, piranha, swordfish, whale, shark, and lobster. Okay, dude. The thing is, I've had them, but it's not like something that I have on a frequent basis. Okay, let's go do the tree skip. Piranha. Alright. It's time for the legendary tree skip, chat. My favorite skip in this game. I love this skip. Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to buff before I enter the fight. You know, I've never gone camping before. I want to go camping at some point. But it is also... I also have that feeling in the back of my mind, like, yeah, what if, like, a bear shows up or some, like, crazed psychopath? Oh! You really are a city boy. I mean, listen, I know that the odds of that are very, very low. Like, very low. But regardless. Maybe I can just stagger him? Nice. I think I've watched too many horror movies. Oh, God. Fucking stupid. stupid boss and this stupid glitch. God damn it, I forgot about this fucking glitch, man. So stupid. For those who don't know, if you interrupt this guy when he's charging up his power move, it is a glitch. It is 100% a glitch. If you interrupt him, if you stagger him during his charge up, then... Okay, thought I might fall off there. If you interrupt him during his charge up, he will just do the move after the stagger. Like, it doesn't matter. It actually kills teams in Night Rain a lot because you'll in Night Rain, like on depth 5, for example, you'll stagger him. You'll stagger him during his wind up, and then everybody will go on him to like beat his ass, and then he'll instantly just kill your entire team. Because he just instantly goes in that move. Jesus, man. We didn't even need to kill that guy, but I just kind of felt like doing it. Alright, let's go to... Let's go over here. Dude, you get so much damage from Faith with this weapon. It's actually kind of crazy. Scaling of this weapon is fucking absurd. Ah, you fucking snake. I do not really like sparkling water, no. They gave it to me a few times in Belgium at the restaurants, and I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm just kidding, it wasn't... I didn't actually complain, but yeah, I don't really like sparkling water. He's so American. I mean, it's fine, I'll drink it, but I really don't like sparkling water that much. I would much rather just have still water, whatever you want to call it. You don't like drinking TV static? No, not quite. Alright, well, we're almost done with the... We're almost done with the base game. We just have... What do we have? Like... Millennia, Gideon... Millennia, Gideon, Horalu, and Radagon Elden Beast, I think. Oh, let's see. Maybe we can get a magma sword. We're lucky. Oh. Acquired taste is another way to say ass. I mean, that's not completely true. Like, you know, I remember, like, as a kid, I would try... Like, I remember trying beer, and I really didn't like beer at first. But, I don't know. As I got older, it, like, grew on me more. Same with, like, coffee as well, I would say. I don't know. There were some beers that I actually enjoyed. I had a lot of cider, though. So I like cider a lot when I used to drink. Call it apple cider? I don't think we do. I mean, apple cider is like the non-alcoholic, from my experience. There are hard ciders? I know. I'm saying apple cider, though, is like that's like a non-alcoholic. I don't know. That's just me. I'm just retarded, though. Cider is made with fermented apples. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, the terminology. I don't know, man. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Very well. Join myself and King as remedy. Together we will devour the very god.
Together. God damn you. I think I'm dead. Fine. Using Storm Ruler and dying. I mean, it's still pretty. Rykard's actually, like, it's pretty easy to die to him, even with the Serpent Hunter. Okay. You know what? I forgot. We still didn't kill Renala. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Well, let's go grab the first grace here. We can get more damage. We need to go get the two-handed talisman. Why still keep the Sore Seal? I don't know, it's still giving me a little bit of damage. It's not much, but... Alright guys, it's time for the illusory wall. Dude, chill, man! I'm pretty sure he tried doing the grab there. I don't know why it didn't grab me. Unless it's just looks like a grab. Just like a casual Elden Ring playthrough. No. I mean, I think at this rate we're looking at like a 6. I don't know. We're definitely gonna be above 6 hours. There's no doubt about that. But we're basically done with like all of the base game at this point. We probably only have like 2 hours left. Oh, yeah, I'd say we have around 2 hours left. Yeah, sorry, believers. If I skipped all the cutscenes and didn't fight some of these extra bosses that I've done, we might have been able to do it in under 6 hours, but... I don't know, my plan is to kind of just do, we're just gonna do Elden Ring today. Maybe we'll do a game after it, but I don't know. Alright, let's go get the two-handed talisman. I need more damage. DLC felt like a separate game because of your bounty, yeah. I almost wish it was like a separate game. I mean, not really, but it was fun just starting in the DLC for the bounty. Could you speedrun Baldur's Gate 3? I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is a very interesting speedrun. I mean, it's cool. It's one of those speedruns that's like cool as a novelty after you beat the game to see like how, because I'm pretty sure the speedrun for Baldur's Gate 3 is 5 or 10 minutes or something. It's really fucking short. Flame Spear versus Avatar. Dude, that Flame Spear is like the most broken Ash of War in the game. Not actually, but it's definitely up there. That thing is so fucking strong. Because the fact that it double hits, like if you're close range to a target and you fully charge that shit, you do so much damage. Sex percent in Baldur's Gate, yeah. I remember seeing a bunch of people spamming videos of that when the game came out. It's over this way for the two-handed talisman, I think, right? Surely my memory of this game is correct. It's kind of far to go get this talisman. Okay, though. This guy's got yellow eyes. Does he drop something? Oh, no. Oh, he did. I thought... It's only the pot ones that actually drop something. The golden eyes is just the rune boost. Just getting confused. Get up here. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna mess around with trying to find a skip right now. Just go the normal way. The thing is, I'm gonna be heavy if I take this off. Well, I just gotta get more endurance. Right, you know what, let's go kill... Let's go kill, I think Neo 3 is going to be good, Karmic. I mean, I didn't really get to play that much of the game. I got to fight like a few different bosses in Neo 3. But I mean, I think mechanically the game is like, it has a lot, there's a lot of different mechanics and stuff in Neo 3. I mean, obviously the Neo 1 and 2 also have a ton of mechanics, but Neo 3 has even more. And you can also, I mean, now they split you between the samurai and the ninja mode, or whatever it's called. I'm excited for Neo 3. I mean, it's still Neo. I wish that Neo was an open world and not mission-based structure. That's the one thing that I just don't really like the mission structure of the game as much, but it's still a lot of fun. Thought this one was open world.
To stand before the Elden Ring.
I don't think
To
so.
become Elden Lord. To sad state of affairs. Your spirit, but alas. None. I know.
Damn, we almost two-shot him.
Bones. A tiny. Cannot
That would have been sick if we two-shot him.
Not even you.
You choose regions you spawn in, but they're huge. Okay, I actually didn't even know that. 'Cause, I mean, I got to play Neo 3 early. I like went to their offices to play Neo 3, and I don't really remember it being like that. But maybe it's because I was on like the demo. Because I think it was like a demo build, so... I'm not sure. Alright, we'll do Horalu and then we'll go do DLC. Because then we basically just have, what, Millennia, Radagon, Elden Beast. Well, yeah, but I'm not saying that it needs to be like Elden Ring karmic. I just wish it was more like Dark Souls, like 1 or 2 or 3, you know? Oh yeah, we still need to do Renala. Alright, have a good night, procrastinator.
A long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured, the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Oh hey, Gherkin Troop, thank you for the 116 months, man. Did I not use Flame Grant Me Strength? It's so much damage.
That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Sirosh.
Alex, thank you for the 4-month resub. Alright, kitty.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as Horaloo. Warrior!
Alright, well, time to die in like 1 second. Sorry, Horaloo.
Tarnished. Thy strength befits a crown.
All right. Dude, we really need to get more health, like actually though. Really don't have that much health. Okay, we have medium load now though. That's good. I can never remember which one is debate parlor and which one is the schoolhouse classroom. Like these two always. Okay, I got it right. Nice. I actually need to use the restroom, chat. I will be right back. Take a short break. Also, apparently my parents are here, so I'm gonna go say hi to them for a few minutes. We're getting our basement like finished, and they wanted to come look at it, so I'll be right back. It might be a few minutes. I'll pause the timer for the believers just in case. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, chat. I was talking to my parents. They do like the carpet. Why do I always have to use such skins? Because I like these skins. They're nice to look at. I'm actually going up to my parents' place this weekend, which it's gonna be kind of awkward because I'm not. Well, I'll be able to stream on YouTube still, I think, but I definitely can't stream at 4K resolution. What does this mean for the marathon? I don't know. I'm thinking like I could just take a day or two off and prepare a bunch of games over the weekend.
Sweeting, fresh and pure.
Or I could stream anyways. I don't know. It's gonna be a little bit, it's not gonna be like, I mean, I still have a PC at my parents' place. Just sometimes there's like internet issues there. So I guess the only downside. Damn, I would have one-shot her if I had Ritual Sword. Oh, yo, Tarzan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. And Nightmare, thank you for the 55 months. Dicey, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, but then I'm driving up to my parents' place tomorrow night. So
Hold thee. Patience.
Yeah, we'll see.
Ye will be countless born forever and ever.
Upon my name as Rani the Witch.
No, it's like an hour-and-a-half drive. It's not that bad.
Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide.
I mean, I'll probably still stream while I'm there. The internet's generally fine.
Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon.
Just the YouTube stream quality's gonna be a bit lower, but it's not that big of a deal.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
They have the best internet they can get. It's just the only thing that's available is Spectrum.
Little Rani, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
What a fight. Though, I don't know. I mean, maybe fiber will actually get installed at my parents' place down the line, potentially. That would be nice. All right, let's go to the DLC. Do they have fiber access? I mean, no, there's no, well, I don't know. I don't live there. I mean, it's possible that like fiber infrastructure could be installed at some point, but oops. 4.4k damage. Oh, it could be much higher. I messed up there. I need to get more HP, actually. The thing is, you can get, like, Comcast and Spectrum have, oops. They have like 1,000 down, but it's not 1,000 up. Oh my god, what am I fucking doing? Oh my, dude, I fucking rolled. I mean, I rolled that final hit, but apparently not. Yeah, it's like coax.
Toilet bitch.
Many servers don't even upload at high-end fiber speeds. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's 100% true. A lot, even if you have 5 gig download speed through fiber, a lot of services aren't even going to offer that type of download speed from their servers anyways. I left souls. I don't think I had. Did I even have like many souls? Also, didn't I die twice? I don't know, I'm not worried about it. Have a good night, OMA. Sleep well, man. Thank you, Zamir. Yeah, I don't know, chat. It might actually be better for me to just take the weekend off and prepare like a bunch of the other speedrun games potentially. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know for sure what I'm gonna do or not. Stream some Mortal Shell. The bosses of the DLC are done. The hippo boss. That's it. Could you just take the weekend off and relax? I mean, obviously I'm not like I'm still gonna, I mean, if I take the weekend off, I'm still gonna relax, but I do need to practice and like prepare for some of the speedruns that are coming up. If I want to actually, you know, have any idea of what I'm doing. You prepare? For some games I do, yeah. Like for example, if I want to run only up and I want to do the dragon skip, there is no way that I'm hitting that dragon skip without practicing the game again. It's just not it's literally just not happening. Or if I run Doom, there is no fucking way that I'm running Doom and remembering all the pixel perfect setups and FPS swaps to run Doom. It's just not gonna happen. There's just there's some games that require such specific setups and strats. Well, Hall of Shabiri wouldn't really give me more damage because Flame Grant Me Strength is the same. I mean, Hall of Shabiri is a little bit more damage than Flame Grant Me Strength, but Flame Grant Me Strength is really good for this weapon because this weapon is fire and physical, so it's double buffing it. The weapon art is good, but honestly, just charge R2, spam, or guard counters on this weapon is better. I kind of want to get a deep dish pizza tonight. I barely ever played this game live. I mean, I never play the game off stream, so... Keep wanting deep dish, but you never order it. Well, I want Giordano's deep dish, but I have to go pick it up with my car. So I've been kind of lazy and I haven't ordered it, but I think after we're done with Elden Ring, I'll probably order that and go pick it up. Tavern pizza over deep dish. Why does it always have to be like one or the other? Both pizzas can live in harmony, okay, dude? I like normal pizza. Yeah, I got Depth 5 and Night Rain. And I haven't played since. Well, I fucked up. What am I doing? I was gonna say, he's got a stagger. No midair furnace pot. The midair furnace pot strat was so good. I forgot to grab the gesture here. Now kill his wife. Jesus. Jesus, chat. Time to update the counter. What do you mean exactly? America or 2B? I mean 2B. Honestly, if America's proportions were better and she didn't, it wasn't like, dude, I don't know, just the proportions of that model are not. So, you know, sometimes like less is more to a degree, you know what I mean? More is more. Dude, I don't know, just like when sometimes I'm looking at the Resident Evil mods and it's like Claire with the fucking fattest ass. It's like, it's so, it doesn't even look, it doesn't even look real. It's just, it's like, or whatever character, you know what I mean? Or it's like such a massive ass. There's massive tits that it's just like gross at that point. I don't know, man. You're sick for doing this? Doing what? Coming to this village? Oh man. They did such a good job with this DLC though. Looks so fucking... Just the scope of it looks so good. I do wish that some areas were had a little bit more content to them. Like the fucking The whole southern part of the map, the coast or whatever it's called, was just so barren. But regardless, the DLC was still super good. Yes, the blue area. You hate the hippo? I like the hippo. I think the hippo's fun. Wish the finger runes had more to them. 100% as well. Damn it. Aha, you missed me. They always miss those grabs. Yeah, they miss a lot of the time because the terrain in this area is so uneven. Kind of funny. All right. Oh, man. I really hope FromSoft announces a new game that's not Duskbloods. I mean, I'm still excited for Duskbloods, like, kind of, but... Oh, I want more, Miyazaki. Give me more! You want single player? Yeah. I mean, these games are technically not all... these games are not completely single player. I mean, they have online elements, but... I mean, for the most part, they're single player, I guess. Less is more? I was not talking about video game, bruh. But you know what? That statement does stand true. Sometimes less is more. You know, honestly, at times I wish Elden Ring, instead of having all fucking 15 Night Cavalries, they just focused on having more, like, unique main story-related bosses or progression-related bosses. I really don't care about fucking Ulcerated Tree Spirit number 10. Or Deathbird number 7. Obviously exaggerating a little bit, but there's good enough story bosses. I'm not saying that the story bosses that we have are bad. Again, I don't know if that's what you thought I said, but I just wish that there was more of them. If you do all remembrances in this game, you kill the same amount of bosses as, like, Dark Souls 3. Except this game is 5 times bigger. That's not less is more. Well, it is because less... Why does there always have to be somebody who's like, actually this, actually that? Fucking... like... By having less content, the game's overall quality could be better of the bosses. Okay, wait, I think the spot we stand is here, and then we aim like here. Oh my god, I still got it. Hello, Flamin'. I mean, I don't mind repeat bosses necessarily, but there's definitely too many of them in some cases. Part of what makes Elden Ring so cool is the size of the game, and they need to fill with shit. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have 200 bosses in a game, it's just not, I mean, it's not feasible for them to make them all unique. And I totally understand that. 100%. Again, I mean, I'm just a broken record, but Elden Ring is an amazing casual playthrough. And as you get, like, replaying the game, what makes the casual playthrough of Elden Ring so good hurts or tarnishes the replayability of the game. That's just how it is. Like, and I'm not saying, oh, now somebody in chat's gonna be, well, I actually did a second playthrough and I thought it was even better on the second play. Okay, I'm not talking about 2 playthroughs. I'm talking about like hundreds, okay? Hundreds is not normal. That doesn't matter what's normal. That's what I'm talking about. And you know what the worst part about all of it is? People coming in and being like, are you doing all bosses for Elden Ring? And then I have to be like, no, all bosses fucking sucks ass. Oh my god, what? Oh my god, it's so strong. Am I gonna do OnlyFangs 3? If they do another OnlyFangs, I will definitely do it. Because I like World of Warcraft, at least like classic WoW and TBC. I mean, I don't know how much I'll stream it, but I will definitely do it. Will they invite Pirate Software? I fucking hope not. Dude, that guy has the biggest ego on the fucking platform. Like, actually. It's, God. I feel like so many streamers, I mean, I don't want to throw just everyone under the bus, but so many streamers have such big egos, and Pyro Software is like the fucking worst of them. It's fucking crazy. I mean, everybody has like an ego to an extent. Well, maybe not everybody, but like, it's very hard to not have an ego in some capacity. Let's go kill Ancient Dragon, man. Better to have ego than not having it? Is that true, though? Oh. Is this the spot where I jump off? So. Well, you can be confident, but that confidence and ego are not the same thing. I feel like having an ego is like being unable to admit when you're wrong or like take blame or like admit responsibility. That's pride? I don't really know if that's pride. I mean, then you have a huge ego. I don't know. I mean, I guess to me, like pride is not. I don't know. Maybe you guys are right. Just listing random emotions now. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Dude, oh my god, 6,000? 7,000, 8,000? Almost over 9,000, but not not quite. Hey, also, Zamir, thank you for the 38 months. Oh, I just realized we hit bonus game 24, chat. Alright, let me fix this. Bonus game 25, up next. Did we cap the bonus at 25 games? I don't know. Like, the thing is, I think I could technically do up to like 30 bonus games. But the problem is some of the games that I could potentially speedrun, I don't know if people really want to watch. Like, I mean, I speedran Death Stranding, but that shit was long as fuck. I ran Dead Rising 2 co-op with Nems, which I would need to ask Nems to fucking run that game with me, and half of that game is literally sitting and waiting for the fucking... Half of Dead Rising 2 is sitting and waiting for the clock to, like, to progress. No, I never ran Outer Wilds. Yeah, I was thinking that yeah, one of my ideas was after we hit bonus game 25, I might add further incentives to like learn speedruns, maybe like a speedrun of like chat's choosing or something. I mean, with some restrictions, like I'm not gonna let chat pick a fucking 20 hour speedrun or something, but... You never saw Death Stranding. The Death Stranding run is... I don't know, man. If we do Death Stranding, it's gonna be like an 8-hour run. It's gonna be like the entire stream. Most likely. Because even... I mean, I had record in Death Stranding, and I think my run was 4.5 hours. And that was with, like, proper routing and that was like deathless, or not making like any mistakes, knowing exactly where to go. Elden Ring is 5 hours right now. Yeah, but it's Elden Ring, okay? People like Elden Ring more than they like Death Stranding, at least from a speedrun perspective. 4.5 hours being a record is insane. I mean, that's... I don't know, some people have a hard time understanding. They're like, if a game is a 7-hour speedrun, that's not a speedrun. It's like, yes, it still is. Even if it's just the game is long as fuck, it doesn't matter if it takes 7 hours. If you are doing speedrun strats and doing everything as fast as you possibly can and it takes 7 hours, it's still a speedrun. I showed all the cutscenes. God. If I showed all the cutscenes in Death Stranding, it would be like a fucking 20-hour run. Do you think longer speedruns are more technically demanding? I mean, it just depends. There's some speedruns where there's some games that could be 7 or 8 hours long and you have to be locked in the entire fucking time. Obviously, those runs don't get as optimized because, well, the barrier to entry, like, if there's an 8-hour speedrun, most people who fucking work a normal job can't even do that. Or at least they can, but like only on the weekends. And, you know, it's just, so like, yeah, really long runs are not really very popular. Maybe I should try to do Lion King in this marathon again. I never speedran Lion King, but How long did it take me to beat Lion King before? I can't remember. Too long? It wasn't that long. It was like a few hours. Hey, Horthagor, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you very much, dude. By the way, chat, if, I don't know, whenever I say this, I just feel so cringe, but if you've been enjoying the stream, guys, make sure to check your Prime subs. Never know. Any primers in the chat? Oh, rip that guy. Oh. My nose is itchy. Yo, Lucarus, thank you for the Prime sub. Omnicus, Diesel, Craftsoft, Bromeme, Caradorn, thank you guys. Silent Link, Dragonheim, thank you. Yeah, see, this is the thing. The thing is, there's a lot of people who do actually forget to use their Prime subs. I just feel like I should mention it more, but it's just, yeah, I don't know. Lotus Mini, thank you. M4s, Elraxo, so Rodef, thank you guys. Astalax, Belgarath, Anonymous, yo, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Damn, bro! Holy shit, he hurts. Yo, Jericho, thank you for the Prime sub.
Sister Fister.
The Sister Fister. 25 lives, thank you for the Prime sub. Blackout, Kronos Raven, Sky Bambus. Jesus Christ, how many fucking people had Prime subs just sitting there? God damn.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Thank you so much, everybody. And Prototype. Prototype, thank you for the 38 months. Thank you, dude. Enmos.
Oh.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Valexica, DJ, Jonesy. Thank you, everybody. Wait, what? I wonder if you can... Alright, chill, bruh. Fuck, man. Adrix, thank you for the Prime sub. Kane, thank you for the 3 months. Garage, Temporal Tomato. Guys, why do I not mention people to Prime sub more often? What the fuck? It's like 30 subs. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Ants in the pants, thank you. Juice. 1-900-9676 Juice. And Jackal, thank you for the Prime sub. Huit Zealand 87, thank you. Commander Caps, thank you.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I think he's dead. Rip that guy.
Sister Fister.
Oh, Tremola, thank you for the 4 months. BSK Nobody, thank you for the Prime sub. Jesus, this is actually crazy. Mitch Raiders. Wait, did I get raided?
Bitch.
Clown Man, thank you for... Did I miss a raid? Clown Man, thank you for the 30 months.
Very good. Very good indeed.
Yo, yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, shit.
The Sister Fister.
I hope I didn't miss a raid.
Toilet bitch.
Cypher, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Denver Broncos guy, thank you.
An awesome choice, stranger.
Yo, Eich Neo, thank you for the Prime sub. Reagen, thank you for the 116 months. D. Greer, thank you for the... This is great. Okay, this is actually crazy. What the hell? All I do is say... Thanks for all the subs, guys. Infinite money glitch, yes. Fearsome Unicorn Killer, thank you for the 5 months. Waited on, thank you for the 2 months. I want to parry her, but I didn't pick up the parry item. Why am I not deflecting her? Oh, whatever. Just fucking bonk her. Goodbye. Alright. What do we have left? We have Midra. Oh yeah, we still have to do Matir. Let's go get that one. Strumwinkle, thank you for the 3 months. German Hipster, Holy Smokes, Sir Nasty Rips, Alperin Barlos, Busen Lily, Minasatu, thank you for the 5 months. Minklin, Way to Dawn, Fearsome Unicorn Killer. Okay, this is actually absurd. You guys are fucking crazy. Thank you. Thank you guys. 12 minutes left for Believers. Yeah, Believers are cooked. We're actually not that far off though. But yeah, Believers are fucked. Sorry guys. Hey, Unjustified, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Wait, why am I going this way? This is the slow way, but whatever. It's fine.
Thank you.
Dizzy Spells, thank you, man. Unjustified, thank you for the Prime sub. Taking the slow way to troll the believers. I mean, we have too many bosses left. It's cooked. I mean, we have to run all the way to Midra. That shit alone takes like 10 minutes. Hey, Zytech, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Touch the demon inside you.
No sleep assist skip? No. Okay, so for those who don't know, the sleepwalk glitch is extremely hard to do. The only reason that the sleepwalking glitch was used in the bounty was because we were on level 1. Every time you level up in this game, your overall resistances increase. So basically, if you're on if you're super high level, you're gonna have to find a setup, a sleepwalk setup with like a 40-second window. You're gonna have to punch like 35 times in a row just to set up the sleepwalk. It's just not really possible because your resistances become too high. The only reason that the sleepwalk worked was because we were level 1, which meant our resistances were really, really low. And then on top of that, we were wearing the Lion's helmet. And the Lion's helmet reduces your resistances, your like sleep resistances very, very heavily.
Stranger. Thank you.
What about Darkwood speedrun? I actually watched the world record for Darkwood, but I never ended up running it. Also, Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Shadowler, thank you for the 5 months. ActiveX TV, thank you for the Prime sub.
We studied this long ago. We too, is that not? And yet, the conceit is there not the answer? There never was Marika, and this is no man we have.
Dude, the Abyssal Wood skip was so crazy. Like, we found so... the evolution of the Abyssal Wood skip, I honestly I should have made like a YouTube video about the evolution of the Abyssal Wood skip. I mean, I still could, I guess, technically. That shit was crazy. I think we found nearly 5 different Abyssal Wood skips. Could you speedrun a co-op game with Larxa? I mean, we were potentially thinking about running Little Nightmares 3 before it came out, but Little Nightmares 3 is kinda sucked. I spent so much time fucking practicing the Ruin Level 1 Anvil route. Oh wait, I didn't... Oh, Anna, chill. RL1 Anvil, yeah, so for the bounty that I made for the DLC, the fastest route was actually to use the anvil. Sadly, nobody ran the anvil route because I don't really want to get into the specifics of why, but I spent a bunch of time basically figuring out a route with the anvil. I spent like a fucking week testing shit. It was a really cool route. Time for big fucking damage, chat. Forgot you gotta repose the face. That's my bad. I actually couldn't remember. I could not remember if that laser attack could hit you when you're in like right next to the boss. But it can. I do a lot of damage, but I also still take a fucking ton of damage. Dude, I hope Charlie or Moist, I hope he does some more speedrun bounties. I feel like I don't know if he's done with them or not, but oh, that was so lucky. Bro, I'm so greedy. Why do I keep thinking I can get these hits off? Ah, fuck. I keep forgetting how, like, my anchor run was the best with the 13k guard counters. Yeah, the anchor was crazy. All those subs for you to die here? What do the subs have to do with me living or dying here? Alright, what do we have left? We have Mesmer. Oh yeah, we still have to do the flower. We have Bale, Mesmer, Flower, and then Radon and Lion. I think we have 5 bosses left. Oh, and Midra. 6. Oops. Easier if you just drop like that. Oh, whatever. Just die, man. And it's crazy how tanky these guys are. Didn't the game used to crash if quitting out on the death frame? It's... Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't. That might have just not been the right frame. Just looking for a payout. To be fair though, like so many people forget to use their Prime subs. Like there's so much. Like I forget to use my Prime subs. I'm pretty sure I've had Prime sub available for like a month or 2 now. It's just because you have to manually use it every time. It's so easy to forget.
That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life?
Yo, Double Chris P, thank you for the Prime sub, man.
Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet
Hop Hat Hero, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Resman, thank you for the 9 months.
in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
That's a lot of damage.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light. No, mother.
It's so quiet. I need to get like a soundboard. Like a, I actually have a stream deck. I need to set it up though. Gotchi's soundboard. No, it's just... It's nice to have stuff like that easily available. Was I interested in playing the rest of the MGS games? I don't know, man. Maybe.
Soon tarnished.
I like MGS, but Kojima definitely fucking yaps too much in those games.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
Oh god. Yeah, of course you do that.
America, a curse upon thee.
Alright. Let's go to Midra, I think. Did I ever run Metal Gear Rising? No. You know what? We have a lot of souls that we could pop. I'm gonna go sell these souls. Yeah, we get more damage from Faith. I'm still gonna get a little bit more health. All right. The damage of this weapon is just so... The fact that the faith scaling improves the fire damage and the physical, like even though this weapon has D faith scaling, you actually get more I'm pretty sure you get more damage from faith than you do from strength, which makes no sense, but that might actually not be true. I might be talking out of my ass, but regardless, you get a lot of damage with this weapon, considering it has D scaling on Faith. Am I looking forward to the Primate movie? I have no idea what that is. Did I ever run Fury? No. I thought about... There's a lot of games that I thought about running, but there's a lot of games I thought about running and never actually did. Fury is also one of them. You're past the 80-point hard cap when you two-handed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Look Outside was really good. I really enjoyed Look Outside. Look Outside is like Fear and Hunger, except fun. I mean, I like Fear and Hunger, but my god, that game is like actual fucking misery to play. Well, I mean, I do still think the game is... I mean, I like that Fear and Hunger is very dark. Like, there's some things that are... I mean, I don't like all the dark aspects about the game, but I do like that Fear and Hunger is so fucked up. Look Outside is definitely a bit more tame. There's no doubt about that. But it's just the game is more fun to play. Fear and Hunger, just the RNG coin flips really kind of suck. And then in Fear and Hunger 2, you have limited amount of save files, which is equally as fucking annoying. It's like the game just it's so annoying to me that the game limits your saves in Fear and Hunger 2. I should have went... there's two different ways you can get down here, by the way. I imagine most of you know this, but you can actually run along the cliffside here, and there's a path where you can jump down. Takes you all the way. It's like, oh, down there where my compass is. Yeah, the hidden bug town. You don't have to take these tombstones. I think the tombstones are slightly faster by like 5 or 10 seconds. The intended path, I don't know. I went down the tombstones most of the time. But I guess that probably is more of the intended path. I'll rock Sasha for armor. Yeah, well, if I change my armor, the 2B skin's gonna go away. And I don't really care that much about getting rock Sasha, so whatever. I did kind of want to bully his ass, though. Oh, I almost died there. Did I run Gothic 2? No. Oh, I thought I might have actually gotten saved there. Did I run Grailed Taint? I have not ran Tainted Grail, no. Oh. No, I'm still gonna die. Actually, I can't remember. You might be able to survive this fall. I'm gonna spawn in on this. Oh, wait, no, you actually can. That's so weird. I feel like that's such a high fall, but apparently it's fine. Did I like Chronos: The New Dawn? Yeah, I never got to finish Chronos because it came out... The game came out like a day or two before Silksong, which was horrible. I mean, I guess they didn't know when they planned the release date, but yeah, it kind of sucked. Because I really wanted to... I actually was enjoying Chronos and I wanted to finish it, but I wasn't going to... I was not going to skip out on playing Silksong on release so I could play Chronos. I wonder if Ella's ever gonna play Silksong. I can't believe he hasn't fucking played it yet. The fuck, Ella? He's probably gonna. I bet he's saying he's waiting for the DLC. Wait, did Bach play Silk Song? I don't think he did he? Oh yeah, he did. I remember thinking or hearing that he was playing it off stream. Oh my god, we are fucking Jory. Why would he play it off stream? I don't know. Maybe he was just saying that. Silk Song was so good, man. God, I loved Silk Song so much. Bach has played Silk Song for 8.9 hours. I mean, it's possible he beat it in that amount of time if he just did like the any % ending. It's definitely doable. Do I recommend it? Yeah, 100%. Silk Song's super good. We're gonna do Silk Song in the marathon. I'm not sure when exactly, but we are gonna be doing it. What game would I never recommend? Crying is not enough. Or A Quiet Place, yes. True. Have I seen the Silk Song Double Enemies mod? I have. Yeah, I saw that mod. I was thinking about trying it when Silk Song was like, when I was playing it a lot. I never got around to it though. Deathloop. Deathloop is a fine game. It's not even bad. It's just we got unlucky because, well, I don't know. I don't know what the hell was wrong with that game in my PC. What is crying is not enough. It's a game. That sucks. Can't buy it anymore? Oh, really? If, by the way, little trick, if you're against a wall in this, the teleport from these guys will like fail to go through. Kind of convenient. Where's bot 8 and YouTube? I just need to make those public. Boost my item find. We're gonna kill these guys. Maybe they'll drop us a an extra tender. Wow, we have 3 golden tenders. I need to start using these fucking things. Oh. No tendies. Unlucky. What do the tenders do? It's like golden foulfoot. It's basically the DLC variant of the golden foulfoot. They give 30% extra. They give 30% extra souls. Believers seeing dist farm for tenders. I mean, we're definitely beating the game in 8 hours. That's at least I think. I don't know. I really don't have that much left.
Come no closer. No closer. I say, the madness wears.
You have the Midra hoodie from Bandai Namco store. I don't know if I've seen that. That sounds cool though. Doesn't exist, he made it up. Yeah. Is this the last game? It might be the last game for today, but it is not the last game of the marathon. We still have 20 games left in the marathon, at least. Maybe more, but 20, at least 20, I can say for sure. I don't know why I'm killing these guys. Maybe they'll drop me a tender. No tendies at all. Unlucky. I thought about speedrunning Final Fantasy 14. No. Don't think so. Do I plan on taking any days off? Well, I'm definitely going to take some time off after the marathon is done. Oh, that's not good.
Enough. I have endured more than enough.
A Gooner mod? Are you kidding me? Yes. No, this isn't. Your eyes are deceiving you. You have seen nothing.
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. The posture damage is just absurd. Did he drain my mana? Well, that hurt. Dude, like 2 guard counters and he just... Crazy. Well, whatever. We get to listen to the soundtrack more. My bad. I got greedy. I got greedy. If I didn't miss that first guard counter, it would have been okay. Like, I knew I was going to get hit there, but I didn't actually think he would kill me. But I also didn't realize the frenzy was going to proc, or the madness. Can we live to the good part? Sure. I'll do it for you.
Of your foolishness!
I actually might have. I could have died there. Okay. I guess we could at least get his health down a bit. That attack is so fucked. God, that attack is so fucked, man. That one attack is his scariest attack because it's so awkward to dodge because it just spawns all that shit like directly beneath you. I don't know, that move actually is terrifying.
Your foolishness!
Bruh. Come on, man. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna put on the ritual. I'm gonna put on the fucking shield talisman. Yeah, I love this OST. True. What am I doing, man? So you don't want to guard counter that. Oh, use the tendy. Don't forget. Alright. We did Mentir, we did... Alright. We have Bale, Lion, Radon, Millennia, and then Radagon and Elden Beast. Of course, I have 2B, of course. Oh, wait, we also have to do the sunflower. Fuck, I keep forgetting the sunflower. You're right. Did you miss the Mesmer fight? Yeah. And Fortisax. We're not doing Fortisax.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Fortisax is a remembrance boss. I just think the boss sucks. And it takes... Well, I don't know. The boss doesn't necessarily suck, but it takes way too long to do Fortisax. It's just the amount of stuff that you have to do to access Fortisax is just a pain in the ass. Like, the speedrun would legitimately be 15 minutes faster. The All Remembrances speedrun would be like 15 minutes faster if Fortisax didn't exist. Which is absurd. It's like if you want to do Fortisax, you have to go all the way. You have to kill Ghost Loretta. You have to go all the way to Ronnie's tower, talk to her, talk to the NPCs. Then you have to get the Finger Slayer blade, and then on top of that, then you gotta give her the blade, get the inverted statue, trade that, or use the statue, go collect the Mark of Death, then talk to Fia for like fucking 2 minutes straight. You also have to kill Fia's champions. Is it this one? That was not the right one. Well, that's okay. Yeah, this is a skip to get to the dancing lion faster, basically. Hey Parno, thank you for the 3 months, man. Hold on. I want to buff myself first. Will this door actually be open if I teleport away? Oh, right, I forgot. Instantly puts you in the cutscene.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise. Dance on kavod, cleanse all, empower cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower.
Did I play RE4 Remake? No, we still have RE4 Remake and Resident Evil 8 left to do. Holy shit, he's loud. Good fight. Sorry, chat. Rip OST. If you know, just turn on your own OST, chat. You've got YouTube. All right, you can turn it on if you so desire. No, I still have to do the sunflower. Will I speedrun the new Resident Evil? Mm-hmm. I'll definitely be speedrunning the new, I'll definitely be speedrunning RE9. I just hope that RE9 is a good speedrun. I mean, I'm gonna speedrun it either way, but if it's a good speedrun, I'll definitely run it for longer. Am I gonna run Leon campaign or Grace campaign? I don't think that they're gonna be separate, but maybe they will be. I feel like you're gonna play as both. Like the campaign is just gonna be one playthrough, but you're gonna be playing both characters. Like it's gonna switch between the two. But it's definitely just gonna be one campaign, I think. That's just my guess, though. Like an RE8. Do you... I mean... You play as... Oh my god. We're fine. Oh right, you do play as Chris in RE8. I always forget about that part. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I actually totally forgot about that. Please don't kill me. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Oh, maybe not. This guy is so scary. A dragon incantation only run. I don't think I've done like specific incantation runs that much. I mean, I did like the porcupine incantation run. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember exactly. All right, let's go do. Where do I need to go actually? Let's go do the sunflower. What are your criterias about choosing to speedrun a game? I mean, I don't know. It's not. It's kind of a vibes-based thing, you know what I mean? Does it have goon mods? If so, yes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, generally, I like if a game has skips, at least like some skips. And if it's, yeah, I mean, if it's just fun. I do like it though if a speedrun has skips and strats, like tech and stuff like that. If the speedrun of a game is more or less... Now, obviously there's some exceptions to this, because I know somebody is going to be like, well, actually, you ran this game and so, but if a speedrun of the game is basically just playing like it's like a it's exactly the same as, you know, what you would do casually. I feel like it's less interesting. But again, it depends. Like Resident Evil games are for the most part, there's not that many glitches. Sometimes there's tech, but what I like about the new Resident Evil games in speedrunning them is that a lot of them, like the boss fights, are pretty technical. There's a lot of, especially like Resident Evil 8 was such a difficult run because at least on Village of Shadows, it was a very difficult run. But the boss fights were very challenging. Oops, I don't know why I did that. Why did you spawn over there? I'm just messing everything up, chat. Oh. The timings on this boss are like so specific. That hit me. Okay. Oh. That was close. The damage is pretty shit for this weapon. I mean, we lost our buffs there, but I don't know if you're being sarcastic. Okay. We just have Radon left? Oh wait, and Bale. But yeah. Okay. I went to the wrong spot. Is it here? Dude, where the fuck am I going? Okay, it is here. I can never remember the goddamn names of the graces.
It was never kindly Mikula, was it? The Erd-tree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with?
This boss fight, yeah, this boss is actually horrible.
Or perhaps the Erd-tree desired all
It's
along
so fucking bad.
the clashing of the favored lords, such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Yeah, we did, guys. Oh, I should have summoned Navlan. What the fuck's his name? It's not Navlan. It's something close to that though.
Needle Knight Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our ally will never.
Okay, well, my body is a little messed up, but that's okay. I can't. I'm gonna be heavy load. I don't want to be heavy load.
Said it would be. Lord of the Erd-tree. Lord
Bruh.
of America. You two deserve to face the reckoning.
We could have two-shot him, but... Alright. Oh, Natan, not... I was thinking Navlan, but that's the guy from fucking Dark Souls 2.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind.
Don't you dare.
Dryleaf Dane and our ally will never allow this.
Lord of the Mikula, please.
Fuck you, Dane. That move is so fucking bullshit. Like the fact that All she has to do is put that thing up in the air. She puts her fucking sword up in there for a quarter of a second, and you interrupt her, and the entire fucking move still goes off, and then you just die. It's so dumb. And it removes your buffs, yeah. What's up, Yui? Moon did this fight level 1. So did I. At level 1, the fight's actually not that bad. You do need to rely on the summon, though. If you, at least for Leda. Leda is like the hardest part about the fight. Leda is such a bitch. She's so horrible.
My loyal blade and champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
That was good. Why don't we hit him while he's sitting there? Because we need to let the boss
Lord
fucking
brother.
power up, man. It is kind of funny though to think like in all these cinematics you have these bosses like powering up and the main character is just like fucking staring.
Tarnished one, aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
No, I didn't mean to use that. think we make it out of this. I forgot I can't guard counter with that. Oops. Am I gonna make this? I didn't need to use that again. That's okay. I had to Margit the first time this run. Yeah, listen, Margit's scary, alright? Okay. Veil time! Margit actually has like one of the most bullshit moves out of all the bosses in the game though. In my opinion anyways. Like that move where the triple hit where he like slams the sword downward super fast. That shit is so, oh my god, it's so bullshit. It's just, it frame traps you. Like, I think the only way to dodge that attack is to like roll backwards. Or maybe if you're on light roll, you can roll far enough away. I'm not 100% sure. I still don't know actually how to dodge that attack, like, properly. Because the thing is, in 99% of cases, you kill Margit so fast that it doesn't matter, or you're... Like, he doesn't do that much damage, and you can have, you know... You can have a lot of, like, upgraded Estus. Or most of the time, Margit really isn't much of a threat. And I don't do hitless runs, so I never really cared to learn how to dodge that combo. Is deflect here worth it in the speedrun? No. No, deflect here is good, but it's not really like that useful for the speedrun. You just run yeah, I guess you probably just roll backwards for that combo. I'm dead. Or not. How is he not staggered? Lovely. Oh, good job, Miyazaki. Fucking great boss. fuck down, you bitch. Dude, he's like stuck. Bruh. Thank you. I was gonna say, he's like got a stagger soon.
What a sight. A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember?
I need to check the weather. It seems like there's a storm rolling in.
How once you were, when fear was yet foreign to you.
It just says rain. Oh, heavy thunderstorms tonight, but only for like 2 hours. That's not very long.
Grant me to take this thing scathe, summon me, my limb, but a drake and mice.
Talk with the kitty. The who? You better summon him. Why do you think I just killed the dragons, ma'am? Do Senesex. No. Spicy's arch nemesis. Yeah. Luckily, Spicy got another run. Yeah, it was funny that Spicy had a really good run going, and there was like, it was like 4 or 5 hours before the competition was gonna end. And then he died to the fucking boulder there during my like speedrun bounty. Bale should still be pretty strong. Did I get many entrants? I think there was like 15 runs submitted or something, like 10 to 15 runs. Or maybe like 20 runs submitted. I actually can't remember how many there were total. Wasn't like a crazy amount, but I mean, I was happy with how many people ended up running the game.
Behold, a true great warrior, and I, Egon, your fear made flesh. Solid of scale you might be, foul dragon, but I will riddle with holes your rotten hide. With a hail of harpoons, with every last
Egon, help!
drop of my being.
Now that's a lot of damage. He's on Egon. Finish him, Egon! Finish him! I'm gonna eat my tenders. Where is he? Egon? You're not looking too hot, buddy. Why are you lion clawing? Oh, what a dragon clawing. Bruh. Oh, Jesus, not this fucking shit. He did it!
Bale the Dread! You shall haunt me no longer!
Good job, Egon. All right. That is the end of the DLC. Now, we just have Millennia and then Radagon and Elden Beast. We're almost there, chat. Well, we have 99 strength while two-handing. The thing is, Don't you actually get bonuses past 99 strength in this game, if I remember correctly? Like the scaling. I'm pretty sure the scaling goes past 99. But I think it's still worth going to 99 for more damage. Or like the two, sorry, I should clarify, the two-handed scaling goes past 99. I think. It's so hard to dodge these fucking turrets. They just... They just have like no audio cue at all. Hey, Heisel, thank you for the 61 months, man. Thank you very much, dude. How much damage do I get from Faith at this point? Still a little bit. I think I actually get more damage from Faith than I do from Strength. Well, at this point. Because I'm still not at the, I guess, the hard caps in this game are 80, so probably should have tried to get 80 Faith. That's okay, though. Am I doing DLC too? We just finished the DLC.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
Hey, Greedy Guts, thank you for the 27 months. Millennia's daughter didn't get a happy ending. Yeah. Dude, honestly, like, almost none of the fucking NPCs in this game get a happy ending. They all just fucking die at the end of their quest lines. Like, fucking... Great. Selling is happy as a ball. Alexander dies happy. I mean, I didn't say they die. Well, I actually don't remember what I just said fucking 1 minute ago, but they all die. They don't necessarily die sad or die like... I didn't really mention their emotional state. But a lot of the characters do just die.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
And parry waterfowl too. Yeah, I guess I could try.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
How is she not staggered yet? What? Oh, that's not good. Damn, chill, girl! Holy shit! Nice whip. Thanks.
Dear Mikola. Oh, dearest Mikola. My brother. I'm sorry. I finally met my match.
You can put the camera so close to the ground in this. Alright, anyways. It is just Radagon and Elden Beast left, chat. I need to order some pizza. Hey, Sharon? I'm not doing Fortisax. Fuck Fortisax. What? 40 snacks?
40 snacks.
Sacks of what? Like ball sacks?
Yeah.
40 ball sacks.
Yeah, why are you...
I don't want to get Giordano's. I think we're gonna have to go pick it up though. Or well, I'll have to pick it up. They don't do delivery. Or actually, wait, maybe they do. No, they definitely do delivery. Wait, hold on, let me see. Actually, no, I remember. I looked it up and it said that they don't do delivery to us, but they're close. What? Huh? Yeah, we used to order it at the other house. We've never ordered it here a single time, I don't think. It says they don't deliver to our address for some reason. I don't know why.
Get the pizza.
Okay. Okay. Oh, right. That's good. I can see. Maybe maybe on their website it'll let me do it, but no. And the weird thing is, they're not even like.
Close.
It's not even that far.
Yeah.
Then they're gonna say the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like, trust me, they're not. That's just how they are. Like, they're not gonna just do it. They're not. They have like rules. Giordano's sucks. I really like their deep dish. I get Luminati's most of the time, but so you don't want anything? Okay. Where my wallet is? Go, Torrent, go! Damn you! Oh, I have the glitch. Oh shit. Whatever. Just kill him. Jesus. All right, GG Elden Ring. Believers, even if we did Fortisax, we still would have done it in sub 8 hours. It's crazy how fucking long this game takes, though. Like, we weren't even using a weak weapon by any means. I mean, we did some bosses that weren't necessary, and we definitely kind of screwed around a bit and got one guide a little bit here and there. But man, Elden Ring takes so long with the fucking DLC now. It's crazy. Alright. GG. Frenzied Flame ending. Alright, I placed an order for a pizza. What, do you want my wallet back or what? What? Yeah. I killed the entire world. Alright, we have Emo Melina now.
Lord of Frenzied Flame. I will seek you as far as you may travel. To deliver you what is yours. Destined death.
All right. GG Elden Ring. Was a fun run. Granny 4 now. Is that all for today? I don't know. The thing is, I have to go pick up the pizza in like half an hour. If I had a game that was short enough, I would do it, but I don't really think I have anything that is short enough. Only Up? Only Up would be short enough if I was good enough at the game. But I haven't ran Only Up in 2 years. I mean, Amok might be short enough, but I don't want to rush Amok. I want to take in I want to take it all in when I play Amok. I'm not trying to rush greatness. You know what I mean? Soak in the Amok. Yes, exactly. Getting over it. We already did getting over it. But yeah, I don't really have it. I don't think there's really any game that's like short enough for me to do. Am I gonna be back after pizza? No. I am done for today. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. I'm gonna finish. There's some games. Let the man rest. I mean, I'm not even resting. That's the thing. I'm about to end this stream and then go practice other games and fucking watch videos of other runs and take notes. Do zips in Elden Ring. The thing is, guys, you have to all understand, like, yes, I could do zips in Elden Ring, but that would require, first off, for me to be on old patch, and secondly, for me to fucking remember how to zip consistently, which I don't. So, even if I did have old patch, there's no way I'm actually finishing a zip run quickly enough. I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night here, chat. Maybe we will try a zip run at some point in the marathon. I mean, it is short. I mean, the thing is, like, if we considered other categories of the games to be eligible for other runs, then, I mean, we could make this marathon fucking go on forever, but I'm trying not to, like, do repeat games. Unless it's actually a different game, you know? Like, I would be fine with doing RE2 Remake and then RE2 Original, even though they're similar, but they're different games. Why not have it go forever? Because I need rest. Yeah, same with like OG RE4 and RE4 Remake. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night here, guys. I'm pretty tired. I woke up pretty early this morning because we had workers. We had workers here at like 7 o'clock this morning. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, chat. So tomorrow I'll be streaming again. Tomorrow night I'm driving up to my parents' place, so I'm gonna be on a different setup. I think I'm still gonna continue the marathon while I'm there though. I think I'll stream over the weekend, and then Monday I am gonna have to take the day off. I believe Monday I'm gonna have to take the day off, and I'll spend Monday preparing for other runs and whatnot. Yeah, that's the plan for the foreseeable future, chat. I'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll do some new games. And yeah. I'm gonna go get some fucking pizza and chill out. 'Cause I am tired. I honestly need to take a day off. I've been streaming so much. It's starting to wear on me. I mean, I love streaming, but it has just been like I haven't had any time to relax at all. So all right, guys. I'm gonna try to find somebody to raid.